2024 is over. The year is over. We made it, lads, even though nothing ever happens. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to another Friday. Welcome to another Good Mav Ugly. I am your host, Mav Spencer, however you know me. And like I was singing at the top of the show a couple seconds ago, welcome to the last show of 2024 here. Obviously, that's not by any special circumstances. It's just this is literally 4 days until the new year, so we won't be hanging out until January 2025, if you will. So yeah, we made it through another year, another wild, crazy, ridiculous year from on every plane of discussion, whether that's again with the volume being low 0. I gotta remember to put this into my run of checks. I don't know why. I always forget. Me and Andrew, we always run into this problem. Let's see. Let's get my voice to sound way better. Let's boost that sound. Sound. All right, let's see. Maybe that'll boost me up just to the right spot. Maybe that'll work for us. If not, we can always keep adjusting throughout the show. But I also don't want to blow your guys' eardrums out, and we do know that I can be a loud talker. But yes, more to the point, everybody. Welcome to the show. It is, I hope you guys all had an amazing Christmas or first night of Hanukkah or whatever you guys celebrate. In the words of Krusty the Clown, I hope you have a tip-top tet. Oh no, I totally retweeted the joke. It's one of my favorites from The Simpsons. When, Krusty is wishing everybody, so have a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Crazy Kwanzaa, a tip-top tet, and a very solemn Ramadan, or a solemn, dignified Ramadan. So I hope everybody's holiday was a blast. I hope you guys all got to, at the very least, relax, maybe hang out with some family and friends that you actually do like. Hopefully you guys got some presents that you also like, and hopefully you're all just sort of enjoying the time of year. Again, we've talked about it throughout the month on this show, but I love the December Christmas season because it's just everything feels more hopeful, optimistic. Everybody sort of lets their guard down. Well, I mean, everybody not let their guard down, but everybody gets a little less defensive, a little less fight crazy. But I laugh, I say that, and then I'm sure everybody has seen the explosion on Twitter that happened literally the day after Christmas with Elon and Vivek, and it's fantastic. Maybe we'll talk about it, not from a culture angle, but mostly on a, I'm so happy that everybody's waking up to Elon's bullshit angle. Maybe, but again, this is not a political talk show. This is not a socio-political talk show. This is a talk show for all of us to hang out, to talk about some good things, to wipe off the dust of the awful week that we've all had, remind ourselves that there are fun things out there. There's still cool things. We can all hang out. We can all laugh. And you know what? Because it's the end of the show for 2024, we'll feel free to, not just the past week, but we can wipe off everything from the past year, review the past year. So let me rephrase that. I don't really have a set plan for tonight's show because I am currently in that zone of, what do you want to call it? It's that period from Christmas to New Year's, right? Where I just do not feel like doing anything. I don't want to call it burnout. I think it's just end of the year blah. So not gonna lie, I debated whether I would even have the show tonight, but I was like, you know what? I want to hang out with you guys. I don't want to miss out on a Friday night. We gotta close out the year right, and we don't want to start off 2025 talking about all the stuff from the past year. So basically, this show is going to be all over the place. Whatever you guys want to talk about, we'll talk movies of 2024. We'll talk comic books. We'll talk video games. We'll talk whatever else you guys want to talk about. But yeah, essentially the only real topic I do want to talk about tonight is probably Sonic 3 because, oh my God, guys, that movie just, beautiful. Shinkai says The Dead Zone. That's probably a good name for it, right? See if Garlic Jr. will give up the copyright. But yeah, The Dead Zone. So I'm also in this weird spot. I used to work corporate for about a decade before I left for Bounding Into Comics and became the EIC, right? So in that job, our bosses actually gave us this entire week off. So as soon as Christmas hit, no more work had to be done until January 2nd. So I was in that groove for a decade. And so that's where I'm still trying to unpack that from my brain, but it doesn't always work. But we are here. We are going to hang out. We've got I still have lots to talk about. I know it sounds like we're just going to sit here with dead air, but you guys know the show. You guys know me. You guys know our little family and community here. We will always have things going. We'll keep talking about things for like 3 hours before we even get to our main topic, right? And if all things go bad and this turns out like a really bad date and all of us are sitting here just going, then who knows? Maybe we'll play some Marvel Rivals. Maybe I'll boot up Sonic Adventure 2 because I reinstalled that with everything going on. But yes, guys, I am still very happy to be here with you guys. It is Friday. Wouldn't miss this for the world. You guys honestly give me a lot of motivation to keep at all this stuff. So I'm happy to close out the year with you guys. With that being said, let's get past my rambling. Nobody needs to hear from me, but let's say hello to the chat. Before we do go to the chat, though, I do want to point everybody to, let's see, where is my web browser? That's not the browser I want us to look at either. There we go. Obviously, you guys have probably noticed that right now, our boy Andrew, my really good friend, my co-host over at Foil Variant, one of the editors, the creative managers over at the Rippaverse. He is not here right now, but he hasn't even popped in to call me gay. But as you guys can see on my screen right now, he is currently speaking with Nick Weiser, another good friend of mine, Rippaguy808. They are doing a sort of Rippaveal showcase post show. If you guys didn't catch it earlier today, the Rippaverse had a big sort of like their own Nintendo Direct, where they announced a bunch of upcoming projects for the next year, including, new Alpha Core issues, Isom, Yaira, some brand new series, all that fun stuff. Very cool, just from like a production standpoint, a very cool teaser video. But also, there might be some things you guys are interested in there. They're obviously building out and they're expanding. So let's see what they've got building. But that is where Andrew is. So what I'm going to say here is breaking like the cardinal rule of streaming and YouTubing. But if you guys have the time or are so inclined and you're cool with it, I would say I'm going to be here for a while, but go hang out with Nick and Andrew over on Twitter. I'm pretty sure this isn't like a cross thing. I think this is just a Twitter space, but go hang out with them, talk to them about Rippa. That's a more important thing than hanging out with me and talking about random video games. At the very least, pop it on open, give them a comment, say, Andrew, we're listening to you. Let's see if I can even do that.
It's one thing here.
Or red band.
Boo, Andrew.
Yeah, as somebody who is currently reading Wolverine's Revenge, I'm very familiar with that.
No, he's not.
Which
no,
is
he's
actually
not.
a really good book, and it's drawn by.
Let's see what he. Hold on, I want to see what he says.
Craig Capullo. I don't know why his name slipped my mind for a second there, but yeah, it's beautifully drawn. But yes, absolutely, they're selling two versions of the same book essentially. And that is a way of kind of gaming the system.
Okay, I don't know how Twitter Spaces worked. I thought I could comment on it, but I clearly cannot. But either way, go, pop it open if you have to, throw it on mute, have it in the background, show them some love, let them know that not only do we support the Rippaverse, but we support our boy Andrew. For those of you who don't know, the reason I was laughing there for a second is here, I can pop it. Let's get a good visual going. So, if you guys caught what Andrew was talking about there, they're obviously talking about sales tactics and all that kind of fun stuff. But Andrew in particular, brought up this book that we are both reading. Not Vampirella. Punk, I know you're in the chat. I haven't said hi to everybody yet, but this is the Master Series. This is the Priest book that I have that I'm currently making my way through. For those of you who didn't catch Foil Variant last night, Andrew and I had a quick talk about Vampirella. Neither of us have really gone into it because we had poor, we had poor understandings of what the actual series was. So we never really got into it. I decided to get into it because Punk is our good friend, friggin' Punk in here. He is a big fan of Vampirella. I saw that Christopher Priest wrote a big run of it, and I went, let's get in on that. I also know that, whoa, my green screen went down. It's not a year without the green screen going down, right? But I also know that, oh my god, I hate this. I hate the setup so much. For as secondhand embarrassed as you guys are for me when that falls down, I just honestly want to hit end and be like, I'm not streaming ever again. It's stupid. But Vampirella also has a run by like Grant Morrison, and I think it's not Jeff Johns. It's somebody else. Somebody else had like a big, because I have the Master series. So like Grant Morrison and Mark Millar did a run. Warren Ellis, Mark Millar, Kurt Busiek, James Robinson. So all of these like I was so shocked, guys, when I was like, I'm gonna get into Vampirella. Who's written it? These are like superstars. Like Kurt Busiek did the best Avengers stories from the 90s. But Grant Morrison is Grant Morrison. Do we really need me to gush more about that? Warren Ellis is still fantastic in Planetary, Next Wave, all that stuff. James, like, I cracked it open. I was like, this is amazing. These are amazing authors. So I'm in on Vampirella, but that's what I'm working it through. But that is neither here nor there, because we aren't talking Vampirella. We are actually talking about the little joke I was laughing about. So this is the book Andrew was talking about. It's Wolverine's Revenge. Pardon me. Written by Jonathan Hickman, who's probably top 3 writers right now. Drawn by Greg Capullo, who you guys might remember from Batman, you know, the Court of Owls stuff. And he's just a generally good artist, like all around. I really like Greg Capullo. He's able to pull off this like really rough, sketchy style, but it's also very expressive without losing anything. He's fantastic. Like I just love him so much. But Andrew was talking. So the first thing Andrew was talking about with 2 books is that if you notice, there's that little red band thing up there in the corner, and you can see here on the actual title page there is this red band, literal red band around the book. So what that is Marvel's been doing this lately. They put out a book and then they'll put out the red band version of the book. They did it with Blood Hunt. They're doing it with a Blade series right now. They did it with a Werewolf by Night one shot, and now they're doing it with Wolverine's Revenge. And what it basically is you get, it's sort of the NC-17 version and then the PG-13 version. So I will show you what I am talking about. So, for example, in this issue that we are looking at right here, we have Wolverine going toe-to-toe with Omega Red here, right? Look at that. He's getting gored through. Nobody really knows how to take care of that. Oh, no, wait, that's in the regular one? What's in the red? Hold on. I'm trying to compare. I know that there's something missing, and they always do it like that. Okay, yeah, it's stuff like this. So, this issue is probably like a really bad example of it, but so we're looking at this scene right here. So the basic plot of this book is that it's an alternate reality, and during the period when Magneto was crashing Asteroid M down to Earth to hit that EMP, sort of the event that they based the end of, or that last season of X-Men 97 on, that event actually was successful, and it EMP'd the planet, and it sent everybody sort of back to the Dark Age. And then there was, why did we move? What the hell? That was weird. I don't know why we hit the, what's going on, OBS? Anyway, so yeah, basically the world went into the Dark Ages. There is a device that can help save the planet, but a bunch of like Eastern mercenaries stole it and kind of condemned the rest of the world to die. So Deadpool, Colossus, Sabretooth, and Mastermind, right? They got hired to steal this device and save like Russia, but now the West is going to fall. So Wolverine is basically like, well, with the time I have left, I'm going to go get revenge. So he goes out and he kills Sabretooth, he kills Omega Red, finds Deadpool, all this stuff. But the red band thing of it is, so we have this scene right here, right? This is where Logan meets up with Deadpool with the auspices of they're going to fight, but then Deadpool is like remorseful, like, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was going to cause, I was just taking a job. And he's like, could you ever forgive me? And he's like, yeah, sure. And he just like pushes him off, you know, like, I don't really believe I could forgive people. And he pushes him off into the reactor. And so this page that we're looking at here, this page of Wade like falling into the pit or into the reactor and having his guts boiled and the blood popping out of his eyes. It's really raw. It's really graphic, right? Like, understandable why you might hide that behind a red band thing. But to that point, that is... Here, let me pull up the other one. Bam! Am I okay? No, I'm fantastic. Did something go wrong? Did I hit something? Did I sound stupid? But, so yeah, as you can see here, in the regular one, Wolverine pushes Deadpool, and then it just cuts to the next scene. So that's what Andrew was talking about, where they do 2 different copies of the book. And also, it's sort of annoying because this issue is kind of a bad example of it, because really it's only that Deadpool scene that they threw in. But other issues, and this happened a lot in Blood Hunt, the stuff that's in the red band is actually like plot pivotal stuff. And it's really, so like, for example, Andrew and I will read Wolverine's Revenge, the regular one, and we'll check out the red band, and we'll be like, wow, the red band one made way more sense than whatever we just read. One of the things that happened in Blood Hunt was, with Blood Hunt, they did so at the beginning of Blood Hunt, for those who didn't check it out because it's a really bad event, Blade basically gets possessed by an ancient vampire, like evil thing, and he wants to take over the world for vampires. But in doing that, he sort of summons his own 8 robot masters, for lack of a better term. Right here, let me just pull it up, and I'll show you guys what I am talking about. And while I look to pull that up, let's finally get to the chat, because I feel bad that it is rolling, and I am not saying hello to you guys yet. So first off, I know Sakura Mita is here. Again, hit me with that comment right before I popped open the program. But yes, Pretty Cure, Cure Rhythm, always a good choice. I got so confused though, Sakura, I'm not gonna lie. I went to, because I was like, I'm pretty sure that's Cure Rhythm's like transformation slogan. Let me double check. So I searched it, and all I got was this really long like fanon wiki entry from some young girl like in Sweden who made her own Pretty Cure team, but she used that slogan as like, it was this really weird rabbit hole that left me confused for like 5 minutes before I checked the URL of the actual wiki I was on. But from there, we've also got Punk. What is going on, my buddy? I know you've been around for a little while. I hope you now know which, because we were talking about it before I went live, but that's the Christopher Priest Vampirella I've got going. Tehillim is here. Shalom, and good to see you, buddy. Happy New Year. Happy to have you joining us. It is not, again, I like seeing all of us together. You know, we've got Zero, we've got Punk, we've got Tehillim, we've got Shinkai, we've got more people to say hi to that I don't want to spoil yet. So I'm stoked to be with you guys all tonight. We've got Dante. What is going on in the house? Our main horror reporter man over at Bounding Into Comics, and also a good personal friend of mine. What is going on? I know that who was it? Sakura. I know you brought it up in the Discord server. Maybe remind me again in the chat in a little while, but we should definitely talk about like War of the Rohirrim and all those sales stats. I need help. I need a reminder. I'm fully admitting my weakness here. So, before that, let's see. Yeah, we've got Corey in the house saying, with some of the best news, this is a good Christmas present for me. Hey, Spence. Oh, guess what? I don't work until next year, so I'll stick around lurking for longer tonight. Well, A, I'm happy to always hang out with you for longer, Corey, but B, that's what I like to hear. I like to hear my friends do not have work. They get to relax. Again, my favorite adage, boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I shit on company time. So good job, Corey. You made it. You deserve it. And I'm glad you're going to be hanging out with us. Speaking of, look at that. It is Andrew being the gayest. It looks like the space just finished. Andrew, you're gay, but we are actually talking Wolverine's Revenge because of you. We actually tuned into the to see what you guys were talking about on the Rippa fan stream. I was going to try and leave a comment, but my dumbass doesn't know how Twitter Spaces work, so that's where we are. But always a pleasure to talk to you, amigo. I know it's been a massive week for you, not only in your personal life with like the holidays and everything, but with the Rippa stuff. I know you guys have had that cooking for a while, so like I was telling everybody, that trailer was awesome, especially the presentation of it all. Like, I'm that kind of geek who's like, oh man, presentation, like, that goes so far, right? If you have a bad presentation, that's going to kill half of my interest in whatever is going on, right? You could have the most interesting stream in the world, but if you just have like the basic StreamYard setup and like not even a background image or something, I'm probably going to be like, that doesn't feel like they really put effort into anything. At the very least, you got to just get a basic little layout, right? Let's see. Yep. Who's talking? He sounds like one of those soft-spoken dudes who do golf commentary. I'm trying here. I don't know why my microphone wants to be low tonight. I'm boosting it where I can. Again, I just don't want to blow your guys' ears out. If we get too loud, we'll keep on it. The good news is for who kept calling me out for that last week. I believe it was either like Volume Dealer or it was or it was Timon. I don't remember, but I've successfully gone and got my like mic hanging up now. So like we have a mic hanging set up. It's very nice, very cool. I shouldn't be now when I do the Italian talking with my hands. I will not be hitting the microphone, so I will now be saving all of your ears from that. So we have a development. Punk says the Vampirella Red Sonja miniseries from last year was one of the comics that I bought when I got back into comics late last year. That was one. So that whole crossover thing they started doing, that's actually kind of what sparked my interest in Vampirella, because I was like, they were doing Vampirella and the like. There was like Vampirella and the supervillains, and then there was like Red Sonja and the superheroes or whatever. That's not the names for it, but that was sort of the basic premises. And I was like, this is really cool. I want to get into that. And so if you guys know me, you know I've got to go all the way back and consume or like take in and engage with everything, because I want to know the full context. You're not going to catch me with my pants down in like an online debate about a story. You know what? Like, I'm not going to let it happen. So let's see. Do I have Blood Hunt? The first time in the history of ever that anybody has ever like voluntarily gone to look for a copy of Blood Hunt anywhere. There they are. These guys. So these guys are actually admittedly pretty cool. I really like them. But this is what I was talking about, right? So Blade summons these essentially 8 vampire robot masters. So, you know, Megrim, Cruel and Unusual, Damaskine, Smoke Eater. They're all really... We talk about this a lot here, right? Like, or at least I do. I really love the more esoteric body horror, plays with your conceptions of reality monsters, right? So like the monster where it's a person, but maybe it's just like a little taller and its eyes like blink weird, right? Like you go, that's not a person, but it's a person. I don't know what to do. As opposed to like, that's a werewolf. I gotta run from the werewolf. So when I see monster designs like these, I'm really, really stoked. Like that statue guy in the back, that's really cool. He doesn't change his facial expression. His mouth only moves like up and down. Or the thing to his right, that's just like a fruit roll-up face, right? That like this weird veiny neck thing. I love this kind of stuff. And so Blood Hunt started. This is from issue 1 of Blood Hunt. I was like, oh, cool. That might be fun to see. They don't do anything in the regular series. The only time you find out things happen with them is the Red Band release. So the Red Band, like, it's really, really frustrating that they don't even try to do this story continuity between the books, right? They'll give you like the big plot points, but there are these little connections that they always miss that really, but like, I think that's what gets at least me and probably Andrew about this, is that you don't have to do that. If you wanted to have like an extended fight scene where everything is more bloody, go for it. But it at least like make sure we know things are happening. In fact, the best example I can give of that is from another Wolverine's Revenge issue where Wolverine's Revenge 2. Let's see. Pop this bad boy open. Is this the one I want? Yeah. So what is it? Where's the exact page I am looking for? Yeah. So okay. So in this scene that we are looking at here, first of all, one of my favorite just single images from the air is this shot Greg drew of Wolverine lunging forward with Magneto's helmet, but it's modified. So you see like the M's a W now, and he's got the 3 Wolverine slashes on the top of it. So I just really like this piece. But this is the regular Red Band story, or this is the regular Wolverine's Revenge. And here he goes to confront Mastermind because he realizes he had some role to play in everything that was going on. So he gets to him. Mastermind tries to mind control him. Doesn't work because of Magneto's helmet. So he goes and he lunges at them, or he lunges at Mastermind, takes off his head, and you can see that in that final panel down there. He's sort of walking back out to the surrounding area where Mastermind lives with Mastermind's head like on his hand, and he's like, I'm just gonna dig the secrets out of your head somehow. If you go, and to me, it's a very quick transition. He like he's in this room with everybody, like right at the top, and then he is just all of a sudden like done with it, and then as we go forward, he's just automatically with Forge. It's a little weird, and so if you go to the Red Band one, where is this? So close that one out. The Red Band one, everything still happens, but you see here like, and as for your secrets, and we see that like Wolverine like has his physical head and he's like walking out of the way and he's like, everybody move, and you can see that kid spitting on Mastermind. So like this is integral world building. This is showing how he got out of that situation, how he made his way, and it's just so weird, you know, if you don't have that context. So that was the thing Andrew was talking about with Red Band. The joke I was making is he was saying, I read a book called Wolverine's Revenge, and I'm joking, and I laugh because that book's not coming out. So it hit a massive delay. It's hit like 7 massive delays to the point where right now the next issue isn't due. Issue 3 of a 5-issue miniseries is not due out until January. And we do not have the 4 and 5 on the books yet. So when Andrew was like, oh yeah, I'm reading that book, I'm like, I even messaged him. I was like, no, you're not. Nobody's reading that damn book. Let's see. Well, yeah, that's the Red Band joke. And it was, we should have gone through it faster, but because we could have gotten through it before Andrew showed up, but he's here now. And so everybody scramble, everybody hide everything. Don't let him know we were talking about him. Let's see. Sakura, I still have no idea what you were asking if I was okay about. I am okay. I'm completely great right now. There's genuinely nothing wrong except for the fact that I feel like I am all over the place because I don't have a planned set for the show. And also my hair is being weird for some reason. Yes. Okay. That's it. So, what do I want to do here? You weren't here before. Okay, go back and watch the beginning of the show, and we tuned in to give you support, you bastard. But let's see. Before, how do I want to do this? So I see your comments, Volume Dealer. Let's probably talk about that next. But before we get there, let's just say hi to everybody else who's rolling in through the chat. We have Shinkai saying fruit roll up took half of Wade's mask. Yeah, a little bit in that in that Blood Hunt group shot, right? Jacob is here, my boy, love you. Reminder, the Bears haven't won a game since the Hail Mary in week 7. Dude, I don't even tune in anymore. Like, we had foil variant last night, and I didn't even put the Bears game up on my other monitor because I was just like, I know what's going to happen. It's the same thing that happens every season. We get crushed. Our coaching staff refuses to change anything. Then we're going to trade our quarterback, who we traded up for. We're going to trade our first pick we're going to trade that quarterback to Pittsburgh, because that's where all the Bears quarterbacks goes, from Mitch Trubisky, Justin Fields, fucking now it'll be Caleb. And then we're going to make a really bad, we're going to draft another quarterback and say we're going to build around him this time, and then repeat. Yeah, that was okay. Amazon paid $1 billion to watch the Bears lose 6-3 at home. Dude, that wasn't even the surprising one. The one that really like stunned me was that like the last Monday night game. Like, I think that was last week's game or last week's Monday night game. Cause I was like, so first of all, I was like, really? You gave the Bears this primetime slot at this point in the fucking season when we can't do anything? And then I learned that, like, there was a Seahawks game on. And I'm like, go watch them, please, for the love of God. Like, do you want entertainment or not? So, yeah, it's really bad. I don't know what to tell anybody anymore. I don't know what to tell my friends, my family. Being a Bears fan is just absolutely painful at this point. I don't know if we'll ever be good again in my lifetime, but hey, I was alive to see the Cubs win the World Series, so crazier things that have happened. And I have kissed a girl one time, so crazy things can happen in this world. Let's see. Shinkai says Wolverine wearing Magneto helmet must be cathartic after all the times he used his magnetism on his bones. I didn't even think about that. Wolverine was probably so happy when he was putting that helmet together. Here, let's pull that back up. Because yeah, see, him and Forge find like Magneto's corpse, and then they take it and they modify it for him. But yeah, that's I think Andrew and I brought this up when we read the book, because we were like, you see the effort he put into like customizing it. He put like the slashes and the W, and we're like, oh yeah, he's having fun with this. So definitely a cathartic thing. Let's see. Yeah, my Saints got shut out on Monday Night Football, so yeah, I can feel you. You can, but at least you guys are good. Like, at least when you take the field, people go, we might, this might be a challenge. When we take the field, it's like, all right, I know it's a different sport, but it's like when you're playing baseball as a kid and you go up to the plate and everybody goes, everybody come on in. He's not hitting it. Everybody in field. Like, it's that exact same feeling. Also, I think I've talked about this before. Actually, I probably have talked about it on 0-1 over on Bounding with Jacob. But do you guys remember a few years ago, they did this, the NFL shop, like the merch store, did a promotional campaign where it was like somebody would be, hanging out with their family and they're all wearing Chiefs jerseys and everybody's rooting for the Chiefs. And then, there's a knock at the door and like the daughter goes, oh, I'll be right back. And she runs over and she gets the box and she runs upstairs and she opens it up and it's like a Chargers jersey or whatever. And she like puts it in a secret shrine in her closet. Like, I always like those commercials because one of, if not my, maybe I'd have to reevaluate on current like rosters, but my favorite NFL player is Alvin Kamara from the Saints. Like, that man is just phenomenal talent, phenomenal athlete, pulls off the craziest shit. And so I always like imagine myself in that commercial where it's like all my family has their Bears gear on and I go like up to my room and I'm like, Alvin, get me a touchdown, please. Yeah, Corey says, good. We only won 5 games and we fired our coach mid-season. We ain't good. That left when Breeze retired and Peyton left. That's fair. That's fair. And you know what? I can't even argue back anymore because that's exactly what the Bears are going through right now, because we just fired our coach mid-season. We just fired Eberflus after like 3 seasons longer than he should have been with us. I have never seen a sports organization so double down on dog shit than I have the Bears. But yeah, exactly, Corey. There you go, my friend. But to be fair, we ain't the Bears either. It makes me laugh so hard because we're at that point in the season where they start putting up all the graphs of like playoff projections and stuff during games, and technically the Bears are still in the hunt because our division is really like shitty. But it won't happen. But it makes me laugh every time when it's like 3-8 Bears in the hunt, and I'm like, how? It just does not happen. Punk says, I haven't watched a college football game and an NFL game in years. I like sports. I don't know what it is. I know there's all these like, political things and social things that everybody wants to yell about. But at the end of the day, there's just something primal. Maybe it's a guy thing. Maybe it's just a human thing or maybe it's the fact that I'm a very competitive person. But like, I love competition. I love seeing crazy things pop off on the field. I love watching teams outsmart each other. I love the games of it. So like, I still watch the NBA, I still watch the MLB, I still watch the NFL, I still watch the NHL. And just quick tip for anybody out there who's, might be younger than our average demographic in this community, for my 20-year-olds out there and who are still looking to make their way in the world, maybe they're having trouble making friends, talking social or whatever, getting into sports is the easiest way to, like, it's the easiest topic for small talk. Everybody will have a sport team. Everybody will know a player. It's the easiest way to just be like, oh yeah, like, let's have a quick conversation. And you don't need to go in depth, right? But, learn some teams, maybe pick a team. One of the best ways, if you just want like the passive knowledge, get ESPN. Put ESPN in and get the notifications on your phone. So you're walking through the day, let me sit down. And you'll see like random stats that you might not care about, but your brain will just like log them away. And I say that also because there's a reason, guys. If you check out my like profiles, whether it's on Steam or Twitter or even I think on my Bounding actual like author profile, I came up with a term for myself, weeabro, right? Because I am a giant weeb. but I am also weirdly a bro. Like, I love going out and partying. I love all the sports stuff. Like, I'm a very weird confluence of whatchamacallit, like interest, right? So I'm an enigma wrapped in a, I don't even remember what that is. Like an enigma wrapped in a mystery, wrapped in a box. I don't remember what that joke was from that, or even what movie that was from. Let's see. Yeah, I know it's lame. I know. But you know what? I gotta be me. If we showed up one day and everybody was like, "Wow, Spencer's so cool." Did you guys know that guy from Bounding into Comics? He's not only a good writer, but he's like the coolest person. You should all be like, "What the fuck is in our drinking water?" Corey says, "At least y'all have a good QB. We have Carr, and he gets hurt every week." That's true, but we also just do not have like an O-line or a D-line for him. We have nothing to support him. The coaches don't support him. And then on that Monday night game, just since you brought up Caleb in particular, in that Monday night game, we left him in and he got hurt. Like, he got really hurt. And it's like, we are losing the season. We need to build, like, don't do this. And so we are just a disaster over there. I know I'm not hard hitting enough, and I am. It's not just kind of gay writing, it's really gay writing. I know I'm not out here saying that DC went woke because they gave a new meaning to the Superman shield, even though if you actually read the comic, it is completely against whatever weird social politics you're trying to apply to it. I'm not out here writing about the fact that they tried to get the disabled representation with Absolute Wonder Woman. You are right. I need to be far more hard hitting. I really should just start making up my stories, shouldn't I? Yes, I did. Where the hell were you? I said, go check. I'm going to fucking like poop my pants. I'm going to clip when I talked about it after the show, and I'm spamming you all weekend with it, Aunt Corey. You bastard. Punk says, I like to watch Canadian pro football games instead of the NFL. Plus, the CFL games are fun to watch because it's a totally different style of football than the American football. I've really wanted to get into the like Canadian Pro Football League. I don't know where to watch it, right? Like that is literally, if there's a good streaming site, I'll go check it out. But they don't broadcast it anywhere and they don't stream it. So I really have wanted to check that out, and because I just like I love Korean baseball and Japanese baseball and just all the leagues from across the world. So I've really wanted to check out the only other real football league or hand egg league, if you will. I just haven't done it, but I really, really do want to. You were late to the stream. You weren't that late. You've been around, but I'll give you a pass because you're my friend. They're on YouTube. Punk, definitely. Let's link up after the show. Shoot me over some links because I would really love to check that out. But then Corey says college football greater than NFL. My opinion. Anyway, back to comics. I unfortunately don't really have an opinion on that because to me, college football and NFL, I view them as two different sort of beasts, right? Like NFL is like the big pro sports thing. College football is not amateur, but it's a lower league. And then for me, that's more of a communal thing. Like it's supposed to foster, school spirit and all that stuff. And unfortunately, like I went to one of the nerdier schools. I went to UCI, the University of Chinese Immigrants. We didn't have a football team. We had a D1 baseball team and a D1 swimming team, but I never got to have the like cool college football experience. My mom went to UCLA, and so I have Bruins affinity there, but I've unfortunately never gotten to have like that team. I still follow them all, like I still know everything that happens, but I wish I had like that dedication. So Jacob says Canadian football is the gay version of football that British people think American football is. Okay, you're probably right, but I still do know that like occasionally a talent or two comes out of there. So really, like this isn't even what I was thinking about. Like this isn't from your comment. This is actually what I was looking forward to. Is I want to see those breakout talents just decimate the field, right? Like that occasional like D lineman who's 700 pounds and should be on like the Giants, the New York Giants, and he's on some dinky Canadian team, and that's what I want to see. But yes, Corey, I agree. Let's get back to comic books. Well, after I say this to Tehillim, you enjoy sports that deal with strategy in real time. I like that. Like, I really love strategy, and I also just love competition. Like, you guys probably haven't seen it a lot because I don't really stream video games and stuff, but when I get into, like, a competitive state, it is It's bad. Like when I was younger, you easily could have gotten me to do just about anything by saying like, you won't do that. Like, oh man, that is a really big hill to like roll down without any protective gear. You won't do that. Fucking watch me, I won't do that. So I it's just all of that stuff. But yes, back to comics. We're going back up because there is a specific question I do want to hit. Tehillim says, my LCS got comic delivery delays this week. So close to the new year when you don't need it to happen, especially when you have the free time, right? So here's the thing, Tehillim, and we've talked about this, and it's a very weird situation. Andrew and I have talked about this I want to say like a month and a half ago. Diamond was like, oh, there's going to, like one of our trucks got like blown up or like it derailed or whatever. So some shipments are going to be a week late. But then like those week's books came out fine. And then the next week's books came out fine. And then like Andrew's LCS didn't get a couple books that week. The week, like 2 weeks after that, my LCS didn't get like a book or two. And now you're not getting that. So I think this all stems from this weird whatever happened with Diamond a couple months ago. But it's so very confusing because nobody's really been direct about it. But I do hear you on how much that sucks. Because, yeah, like, you got a week now to close out everything. Read some really good comics. And I know you have, like, from watching your review videos to him on your channel, I know you've got some really good pulls. And I love hearing your opinions. So I'm bummed about that. Also, specific question just for you, Tehillim, because I read it a couple weeks ago. Have you read? Oh my God, it's not Super Sons, Sinister Sons. It's by Tomasi and David LaFuente. But Tomasi, if you guys remember, he was the one who did Super Sons. This one focuses on Sinestro's kid, and Lorazod's. So General Zod's kid. Pretty fun, in my opinion, but I really want to hear from the man himself, my actual Super Son boy over here, Tehillim. I'd love to hear his opinion on it. All right. Oh, man. Sakura says, I bet Amazon loses more with Beast Games. I think I said this last week, but dude, Mr. Beast I've never seen a photo of him or an image of him that looks like he has soul in his eyes. Like, he looks like a genuine husk of a human being. And it's like, what's going on? Is there a light in, what is it like? It like, there's a light on, but nobody's home. The man is like a walking AI, and it's really, really creepy. Shinkai says, I find it hilarious. Last week we asked about Smallville versus Batman versus Superman, or Smallville versus Batman v Superman Doomsday, and this week's buddy is Doomsday. Right. So I'm trying to get to your question, Reeve. I do see it, but so you'll be next. But while we're here, let's get the stream buddy addressing out of the way. So as you can all see, yes, like our boy Shinkai pointed out, this week's Stream Buddy is a shot of Superman clashing with, I gotta get rid of that, Shinkai. Superman clashing with Doomsday, as drawn by Dan Mora from the latest issue of Superman. Now, I highlight this specific, I chose this image, there's a lot of great images I could have taken this week. The Dan Mora woman train went crazy. We got Lois in this book, we got Amethyst, Wonder Woman, there's somebody else who, Amethyst, Wonder Woman, Mary Marvel in Justice League Unlimited. Dan Mora cooked this week, but I specifically chose this panel. So what is happening here is, in this issue, Lois and Clark are on a date. They're trying to, the last two issues, Doomsday came back, threatened Clark and Lois. He is now captured in Metropolis by LexCorp, but they're trying to move on with their lives, but Clark is obviously distracted by the fact that Doomsday is here, like he is around. That's a really hard thing to deal with. So they try to have a date night, and Lois can tell something's up, and Clark explains it, and and then Lois, confides in him that for a long time, anytime she'd close his eyes after Doomsday, this is what she'd see. Now, I highlight this in particular because I got to this panel, and I fucking, I don't even, okay, what do I want to say about this, right? So, the basic thesis of my bringing up this image and choosing it as a stream buddy, aside from the fact that I love Dan Mora art, and I actually think anytime Superman and Doomsday are depicted like going blow for blow, basically when anybody recaps the death of Superman, if you can do it right, it always looks amazing. But this panel with this coloring, with these flats only, this is, to me, this is comic books. This is what our shit should look like. This stuff, it's gorgeous. I'm not going to lie. Tamara Balvain's a great colorist, especially for Dan Mora, right? But I look at this stuff, and then I look at that, and I go, this is comic books. This is the kind of like pop flat art that we should be looking at. Look at how much more defined things can be. Look at how much more we can make out. Look at how more impactful that punch is with, you know, just pure yellow and white instead of a bunch of crackle and debris and smoke and everything. Just this panel, to me, this is a panel I need to like sit and study and like gather my thoughts on, because I wish this was the standard going forward for comic books. This great sort of mix of Silver Age aesthetics with modern styles, if you will, right? It's like Dan Moore is very much a modern artist, and he has, like, you know, I would chance to say a little more depth, a little more what's the right word? Like, he experiments a little more than old school Silver Age artists. Not all of them, just some of them. And that comes with just, you know, he's further down the evolution of art than they were. But this panel is just, I want this panel as a print. I want this panel as a foil variant. I might go get this I might add this panel to my like collection of tattoos, right? Because I just absolutely love everything about this. This is what I think of when I think comic books, and just Dan Mora, you son of a bitch. Okay, so going back up, now we'll get to the real question. Reeve says, what's a coveted comic you've always wanted but can't spend the money on? That's a really good question. Because, so, it's actually funny, too, because we all know comic books can get expensive, right? We've known that forever. We all lived through the 90s and the speculation market and yada, 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 yada. So, I've never really been a fan, like, when I go to read comic books and stuff, I previously never ever thought about buying a book for more than maybe like $20. And that $20 book had to be something like a Civil War #1 or an Amazing Spider-Man, what is it, like 650 whatever, where he takes off his mask, which again, the second those issues hit stands, they were worth way more than 20, but that was sort of the principle I held myself at. This was the first year actually getting back into comic books that I did have a coveted comic, and I did say, you know what, I am going to spend the money, even though it's a little out of pocket. And I'll show you what it was. Green screener. Don't fall down. Let's see. Oh! Okay, am I back now? Holy shit. Ah! Josh, what's going on? No, the USB did disconnect when it first of all, what's up, Josh? I love you. Always happy to see you. But so what happened was I stood up and yeah, you guys did hear USBs unplug, but I thought it was just my light. Like I have a light here for you guys to see me, and that went off when I stood up and I went, okay, cool. I didn't see that because I have like a tower of plugs. It hit the thing I knocked over, hit the one for the light, and then the one for the light went and missed the one in the middle, and then it knocked down the one for my microphone, and I didn't realize. So thank you to all of you guys for hitting me back with that, with Zero and Josh and all that stuff. I hope okay, good. Zero says I am back now, so we are good. Wow. Just a great show, right? Just we're not boomering at all to close out the year. But let's see. I got to go back to Reeves' question. So yeah, if I hadn't, I guess I'll have to restart. So I love the fact that Reeve asked this question because it actually brings all of this 2024, sort of recap, full circle, all that fun stuff. So, yeah, like I was saying before comic books, before this year, I kind of had a limit on how much I would spend on a comic book. $20 if it was like a really big issue. So, and this sort of links to another thing I've talked about with, I know Andrew's heard that, but heard me rant about this. But back in the day, variant covers used to be way more like limited, I guess. Like I used to remember going to like Previews World, and I would go, okay, let me see the books that are coming out, and they would show, oh, look at all these variant covers. But you couldn't order them, and they were never on the shelves. And my stores all across Southern California, where I grew up, each store only got like one or two. It was the weirdest phenomena. But now, like nowadays, you can get them freely, and I love it. But back to the main point. So with this year, if you guys remember, this was the year I got back into comic books because when I got to college in 2008, I sort of just didn't have the time. I was still reading everything. I just didn't really have the time to go out and physically buy things. So I went to my Pakistani buddy for a lot of those during that time. Then when once I got out of college and I had, a job and disposable income and free time again, we were in the bad part of comics. We were in the Marvel Now. We were in the, let's fumble Secret Wars at the fucking finish line era of comic books. So all of that was awful. It was super bad. And then of course, as the years go on, 2023, we get Ultimate Invasion from Hickman, where, I check it out because I love the maker. He is my favorite comic book villain. I think I could probably say that. And so I checked that out. Jonathan Hickman steals the show. I have a very special affinity for the Ultimate Universe because that was starting right when I was the prime target for the Ultimate Universe originally, right? Launches in 2000. I'm 10 years old. Bam, hit me with it. And then I loved the Ultimates. I loved the Ultimates. I loved Ultimate Spider-Man. I loved a lot of the like cosmic stuff they did, like Ultimate End and the time like the Squadron Supreme came over. Things like X-Men were really weak. Things like like the Ultimates after Volume 2 got really weak. Then there was that period where Hickman came back and was like, I'm going to introduce the Maker. And those comics were fantastic again. And then they tried to keep it going for a little while, and it was just awful. And then they eventually just brought Miles into the into the 616. But regardless, more to the point, so when they announced, we're launching a new Ultimate Universe, come and join, I was like, you know what? I love Hickman enough. I love Chichetto enough. I love Spidey enough. I love what they've done with Ultimate Invasion. Let's do this. Let us give this. Oh no! Wait. Oh, thank God. That's just a sleeve ding and not an actual comic ding. But anyway, back to the point. So earlier this year, it drops. Your boy grabs Ultimate Spider-Man, and as I was saying when the mic went down, without this book, without Ultimate Spider-Man, my 2024 would have looked a lot different. We probably wouldn't have had Good Mab Ugly getting to this point because I wouldn't have had so much comic book talk to float our early episodes, right? I wouldn't have had, developed such an amazingly close friendship with Andrew if we hadn't decided to, get back into comic books at roughly the same time. I wouldn't be experiencing a lot of amazing art and stories and stuff that are happening right now if I didn't pick up this book. So obviously, boom, we went Ultimate Spider-Man. We had to get that issue. And with that, obviously, so they announced that they were going to do variant covers. And they were plays on this main Chichetto image, right? So obviously you got one that was Miguel in his 2099 suit. Then you got one that was my boy Ben in his spectacular suit. And so here's what happens. There's one more variant cover. But when I see them announce this, I go, obviously I'm getting standard cover 1. Obviously I'm getting 2099 because that is my second favorite non-standard Spider-Man design of all time after Ben. So it's like, oh, you're putting Ben out here? Immediately buying this book. I was also under the impression very, very early on, and I know this probably wouldn't have gone over well, but I would have liked it. The initial teaser they put out for this book was this cover, but it was like moving and the suit would keep changing. It changed through all the variants. And so I went, are they going to put Ben as like the Spider-Man of 1610? Is that how they're going to work it out? What's going to happen here? Didn't happen, but I had that little like fanboy moment. But more to the point, so I had to grab those 2 variants. And now I'm sitting here and I'm going, okay, I've gotten 3 out of the 4 variants. Do I really, and the last one, super hard to find, super rare to get for good reason, as you'll see in a second when I pull it up. And so I go, do I really want it? Do I really, really, really want to spend the money on that? Okay, I'll do it because my OCD won't let me have only 3 of them. And this is Ultimate Spider-Man and it's number 1. And if I have the set, we are golden. So I spent $80 earlier this year on the symbiote variant because this thing is impossible to get. Everybody, like I said, for good reason, the black suit is everybody's favorite. It was nowhere to be found earlier. Even when I went to pre-order it from Tfaw, when I started using it, gone. So that was my first foray into spending money on a coveted comic I always wanted, but I know that that's a more recent one. If I had to go and say what actual single issue would I want to buy that is just way too expensive? I don't know if I've really sat, because the ones that run through my head are obviously all the big ones like Amazing Fantasy 15, Detective Comics 27, Action Comics #1. But I feel like if I sit for a second, I could probably think of I genuinely don't know. There's probably some Peach Momoko foil cover out there. I'm trying to think. No, you know what? That is, I am so stupid. If I were to buy a coveted comic that I wanted, but I can't spend money on, it is going to be, where is it? Because I have it digitally, and I just want to pop it up and show you guys. Because, what was I going to say? What even was it? No! It's falling out of my mind as we're actively talking, and it's making me upset. But, oh yeah, so, this is a little bit cheaty, but I think right now this is probably my new black sheep, or not black sheep, but my new quest. I want to find these books. So the first one that comes to mind for me is Ultimate Invasion, the actual series itself. It's a 4-issue miniseries. The first 2 issues are very readily available. I actually have a gorgeous Brian Hitch foil variant for this first issue. Unfortunately, it's, the cover character is Miles Morales, but it's gorgeous. I really like it. It's Dave, it's Brian Hitch art. To me, he's definitive Ultimate Universe, one of them, because he did the Ultimates early on. So I would really love to grab all the issues of this. They're obviously very, very expensive now because they introduced so many of the new Ultimate Universe stuff, like Ultimate Spider-Man, Ultimate X-Men, all that stuff. So they're pretty pricey. I know there's a secondhand store near me here in Arizona that sells the whole set for like 150, which is a little too much for me right now, but maybe if I, I'll invest in the Hawk Tua coin, and once that really takes off, then I won't even have to worry about this anymore, right, guys? So that book, and then this book in particular. So this book, Ultimate Universe, #1, this was a weird one-shot they did. So they wrapped up Ultimate Invasion, then they dropped this one-shot, and it is a one-shot that sort of, this is how we see how they recruit Thor onto the Ultimates. This is how we see how they get Captain America onto the Ultimates. This is where we see all of the Maker's plans for all the heroes that he sort of, what do you call it? Like that's the whole thing with this Ultimate Universe is the Maker went in and he tried to stop all the heroes from being born and changing it to his liking. So the Ultimates are going to go and reverse that. So you get a lot of the origins of the universe here. Then you also get like the very, very pivotal plot point of what's going on throughout all the books. So essentially, after Tony and his early Ultimates try to stop the Maker, they fire a Stark Industries laser that his dad built into the heart of New York City and fucking flatten it. Like, where's he? Right here. Boom. City blocks just gone. Among the dead, there's like Norman Osborn, May Parker, a couple characters we know. And then there's this little news blurb here where everything this guy is talking about is all teases to what is happening in Ultimate Spider-Man, X-Men, and Black Panther. So this issue is very, very pivotal to everything that is going on in Ultimates. It has never been collected anywhere. They do not collect it. You can go get the first Ultimates trade, not fucking there. You can go buy Ultimate Spider-Man 1, not there. So, and this single issue goes for like $100 on its own. And to me, I think this is my coveted one because I would love to sit here and go, I have all of the Ultimate books. Someday, I don't have all of Black Panther because fuck that book. That book is terrible. Like, it is a bad read, guys. I've said this before. If you have watched the MCU movies, you have read Ultimate Black Panther. The most interesting new thing they've done is introduce a new Sorcerer Supreme who's a completely new character, and she's just boring. She's just like not even cool, not even like in a, oh, this is like a diversity push thing. She's just like not a cool character. She's just kind of lame. So I think those would probably be my top 2 books alongside, what issue is that? Hold on. I gotta remember that's what it is. I believe. Yeah, buddy. So this shouldn't come really as a surprise to anyone, but this is the one that I think, I don't know. Here, I'll show you what it is. Then let's go see how much it actually is, because I kind of don't think it's that much. I just have never seen it in the wild. But I could be wrong. There could be other weirdos out there like me, because the other one that's sort of always been on my mind has been GMU, go to the web. Not that, not my Twitter feed. We don't need to look at my Twitter feed. My glasses. Of course, right, guys? Web of Spider-Man 118, the very, very first appearance of Ben in his Scarlet Spider outfit. You get that amazing splash cover of it. Mwah, it's perfect. So that's probably the one. Let's see how much it is, and maybe we'll change my answer, right, Reeve? So, Web of Spider-Man number 118. Oh, that's actually not fucking bad. It's only around like $50. A second printing. This thing got a second printing? That doesn't sound right. But yeah, I could actually snap. Well, I'm not going to get it CGC graded, but look at that. I might just go ahead and get myself a damn Christmas present. That's pretty damn cool. Although the question is, what's the quality of them? This one looks like it's like pretty okay quality, but you don't want to sit here and shop with me. But that is essentially my answer. I want those Ultimate Universe books, and then I probably will just buy this one outright. Oh no. I need to check something. So this is my issue of number 1. I can't tell if this ding on the book is from the cover or it's on the actual book, and I'm going to be very, very sad if it is. Clean! Oh! Merry New Year! Now if I can get this back in the bag without tearing everything. Oh man, this is turning into a disaster. Put in the bag, put in the board, knock down the green screen, cause Spencer's a whore. Do 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 do. What an interesting segment for everybody to watch while I put my comic books back in their bags. Oh yeah, okay. Now we will put Ulti back up on the shelf while my green screen is down, so it's easy for everybody. Gotta shove this bad boy. I'm just gonna put it up here. You guys want to see something really cool? Actually, this is sort of semi-relevant, but just because we've been talking, obviously Talk of the Town these last couple weeks has been James Gunn's Superman trailer and Guy Gardner and all that fun stuff. But a couple months ago, my mom was in this like random estate sale in like somewhere, like not anywhere around us. She got me the like actual first issue of JLI with like this famous cover on it and the Guy Gardner getting one punched by Batman. It was a pretty crazy pickup, and I was like, Mom, what the hell? And she's like, she doesn't know. She was like, I just saw the comic book and I bought it for you. And I was like, what'd you pay? And she's like, $1. And I'm like, what the hell am I? What? Okay. So let's go and see what you guys are saying now. And then I know I saw your comment, Volume Dealer. We will get to that. So let's see. Yes, I was muted, but I'm back. Variant covers. When everyone has a variant cover, then no one will. Is that what you were going for? Punk says foil variant covers are cool, but not cheap. We're just gonna look at this forever because this is the best. Anyway, so you're not wrong, Punk. Here is my advice, and this is literally the only reason I can sort of stomach buying so many foil variants. You gotta pre-order them from either your LCS or an online one. So most places, when you order a book ahead of time, depending on the window, from the time it's announced to I think like 2 months out from it releasing, most places will offer you a 30% discount on your books. So for example, an average foil variant costs $10. You're only paying $7 for it. Once you get to that 2 month window, it's only down by like 10%. So instead of like $10, you're paying $9. But the more you hit those $7 ones, the more, you can save, the more you can put towards other variants, right? So like I can get 4 foil variants for the price of 3, if you will. So like I unfortunately can't hit every variant like foil I would want because you're not wrong. It would get mad expensive. But there you can find ways to get them cheap, and also I highly recommend checking out. Unfortunately, we're sort of out of that season, but as the year progresses and we get back into Black Friday and the holidays, check out your LCSs. They will probably be doing sales, and those sales can get you bonkers ass shit. Like my LCS, when they do their holiday sales, it's like 10% off brand new issues, which is absolutely insane. But then it is like 70 or 80% off back issues, including foils. So for this last sale, I picked up a bunch, or I completed my run of the what company is it? I think it's Titan Comics. They have the series called Gun Honey. It's sort of like a sexy noir thriller type of series, and I snagged all of those foil variants, all 4 of them, for like $4. So you can finagle them. There are ways to find it. Obviously, it's hard choosing, like, is this one going to sell out versus this one? The best advice I can give to that is sort of just use your noggin. Like, who's on this variant cover? What book is this? Oh, this is a Venom variant cover on a #1. Yeah, that's probably going to sell out. Oh, this is a new Scarlet Witch character on, like, the 17th issue. I can probably find that on sale later. Let's see. Yeah, Witchblade #1, JSC foil variant for me. I forget that one was this year, and I forget that what a year it's been. Like, Andrew and I had our Comic-Con saga of me trying to get that damn book like 3 days in a row, and both the Scott's booth operators and the Comic-Con staff fucked us like hard on that. I can't believe that was this year. I might actually give it to that too. I might give it to that one, because even though I'm not I like JSC more now because I've gotten a new appreciation from hanging out with Andrew, and I'm not as big a Witchblade fan as him. Obviously, I'm still getting into it, but there's something about that cover that just fucking speaks to me. Not even like the foil treatment aside, just the art on that. Here, let's I can do this. JSC Witchblade. Mwah! It is up. It is ready to be sold. You can buy it for $100 signed. Actually, that's not a fucking bad price. Holy crap. But anyway, this is that cover. It looks so much more gorgeous in person. Or even, can we pull this up? Instagram, J. Scott Campbell. Last night, I literally did my first history clear, cache clear of forever. So now I've got to log into everything. Oh yeah, like that. So nobody wants to watch me log in. So I'm going to go to this screen really quick just so nobody has to deal with that. Bum ba da bum ba da bum ba dum bum 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 ba da ba dum bum. Whoa, my audio is seriously, really, it's that low still. What is going on tonight? I have it hyper boosted. Let's go here. There, is that any better, or am I sounding better now? Yeah, it was the Syndrome quote. Cool. I thought I got it. But before that, oh, he did say hello. Oh, really? Well, maybe you do not get me anything, Leon. If anything, you give me one stream where you hit your donation goal and you don't bring out Leona. But aside from that, hey, buddy, what is going on? Always a pleasure to hang out with my man, Bolt. We should be doing a Stanley birthday stream tomorrow night. Sorry I didn't reply to you. I was rushing to get this set up, but I think I should be there. If something comes up, I will let you know. But yeah, in the spirit of it being the end of the year, I'm happy to see him, Leon. This year was amazing because I got, you are one of the boons of this year. I got to meet you, got to hang out with you, talk to you, laugh with you. One of my favorite guys, one of my favorite streamers. I genuinely look forward to, after I get off of these streams on Friday night and I have to get back to work, I'm like, time to load up Leon. Let's go. Oh man. Okay. So, when you're right up on the mic, it's passable, but you move around so much that it's really inconsistent. That makes sense. And that would explain it. So let's try and make sure we can avoid that going forward. Oh yeah. No, I see that when I lean backwards. I see that. I see. Whoa. And then sometimes I just knock the I am, no joke, so excited for the new setup and layout, and we're gonna have a lot of changes around here in 2025. We'll talk about them near the end of the show, but you guys just saw, or I guess maybe you didn't, but my mic stand just discombobulated and fell apart. Yeah, exactly, Zero. I'm about to ASMR the mic. That's why I was really glad that I at least hit mute before I finagled with all of that. But let's see. Ready for Lord of the Rings. Let's talk about that in just a second. Let me just show off this cover, and then that's something we can talk about. Sakura says, do you watch anime Witchblade? I did when it was on. That was actually my first introduction to Witchblade, because I knew of Witchblade as a 90s kid or whatever. It never really appealed to me. I used to be very anti horror, which is a complete opposite of how I am now. Body horror, that stuff. Not that I was scared of it. It was just, I just didn't care. I was like, all right, whatever. Have fun with your slashing or whatever. I'm going to go read a real story, like the Superman story where Jimmy Olsen comes back from the dead for the 800th time. That's what's up. That's real storytelling. But So I never I knew Witchblade existed. I never got into it. Then I learned there was an anime, and I went, oh, I like anime. And this was like a few years after that. So like when I was like 16 or whatever, and I was like, oh, I'll just get into it through the anime. So I watched the anime, and then I tried to go talk to my friend about it, and I'm like, hey, you like Witchblade, right? Like, guess what? I know it. Like, I'm into it now. And he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I'm like, you know, Witchblade. He's like, Sarah Nottingham. I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, the anime is completely like, except for the fact that there's a Witchblade, it's unrelated. So I was like, you sons of bitches. So I really like the anime. I wish they would like reference it more and bring it back and do stuff with it. But yeah, that I do like it. I do recommend it. Just know that it is not like, it's tangentially related to Witchblade. Again, just by having the Witchblade right there. Yeah, Punk says, I don't buy, the reason I don't buy the foils is because I'm on a tight budget. I did like the foil variant of Psylocke #1, and there is nothing wrong with that, right? I mean, it's not like I have a zillion dollars of disposable income either, so it's like, if I want a foil, I have to like, am I passing on a booster like box this month? Am I, you know, passing on the next Common Rider? Like, do I have to delay buying the next Common Rider collection by a couple months? We're all human. There is no judgment here, Punk. If you can't afford it, you can't afford it. I'm never going to look down on anybody for getting a regular book or cover A or cover whatever. Unless you're getting a cover by, like, Greg Land, then I might judge you just a little bit. But aside from that, we ain't classist with our comic books here. But I buy it because it does do a number on my budget. Dude, I hear that. Do not even worry. We have all been there. Andrew probably knows this well too. Probably Leon as well. Like, you're standing there at the comic book store and you're like, fuck, I want to read like 30 books, but I can't afford them. So you start piecing them out. It sucks. It's the reality of the world, but we're all here for you anyway. Yeah, Leon says the anime was my introduction to Witchblade as well. Loki admitting he watched Beyblade, not Witchblade. Hey, I watched both, okay? And I have a renewed interest in Beyblade because I've been watching videos over the past few months of like, so there is an active like all the Asian countries have active leagues for Beyblade, but it's super funny because there's no real like dedicated game spaces for like Beyblade, so a lot of them happen just like in random department store floors. Like, one of my favorites is this like 4 or 5 year old, no, she's probably like 6-year-old girl battling against like a 35-year-old guy in Beyblade, and they're doing it in the middle of a like maternity floor. So you see like all the like strollers are around them. There's a couple pregnant moms walking behind. It's hilarious. But I watched both, okay? I watched both. I was very not cool growing up and still am. Oh man, Timon, my Witchblade intro was the TV series. Awful. My poor guy. That, I don't even know what to say. Like, that is genuinely painful. Like, oh man. Joke's on you, Leon. I'm not talking about Wizards booster boxes. I'm talking about Bandai ones who are equally as shitty, but their eyes are a little squintier, so I can trust them. But no, I don't buy like Magic booster boxes or booster packs because that's just one of those games where it's just way cheaper to try and buy the individual ones. Although, right, like, see, acceptable. We're okay there, Leon. But I do want to note this. I do not know if it's still happening. It probably still is because we're not in January yet. But if you have Costco's available to you, this year Costco was selling Commander decks. So not just Commander decks. It was like a Costco pack of Magic cards. So you got a Commander deck and like 5 booster packs for $20. And I think there were like 2 different ones here. I think, and let's, we are not looking at this cover yet. Come on now. I just want to look at the beautiful cover. Also, if you guys are a J. Scott Campbell fan, and I just like taking this victory lap because 1, it's a victory lap. 2, it makes me happy because he's going to be happy. But the upcoming Magic series is actually getting all of its covers by J. Scott Campbell. He is the main cover artist for all 5 of those issues. If Andrew is here and he's listening, another fucking cool point about this book that I think, like, at some point we're going to have to make Magic into some sort of foil variant, either put her on the waiting block of images we have to like the starting soon one, or make her a graphic. I don't know. But like this next book, so who is writing it real quick? Magic #1 Marvel. It is going to be written by okay, so a new writer. I don't really know her. Her name is Ashley Allen. She's written, it looks like she wrote one story for the Marvel Zombies Black, White, and Blood anthology. But here's what makes me laugh. So one, Magic is a character that Andrew and I both hyper love. In fact, I know his server in general loves Magic. Shout out to our boy Trace. You know me, or we know you. We got you. But not only is J. Scott Campbell doing the covers for this book, all of the character designs, Peach Momoko. So it is literally the confluence of like our two favorite artists working on a book on like one of our favorite characters. So very excited about that to eventually come through the pipe whenever it does. But there we go. So whoa, there's more than 2 commander decks apparently, because I didn't pick this one up. I didn't get this one. But let's go to the Oh, I'm so mixed on this upcoming MTG comic series. It looks fantastic, but also again, WotC. Oh, we're not talking about the same thing. I see what you're saying. Let's go back to that in a second, Leon, because I know what you're saying. But I'll just show you guys this really quick, because if you are into Magic, if you want such a deal, yeah, little more expensive than I thought. It's $50, but you get a full commander deck that has booster packs within it. I think there's like 2 booster packs in there. You get 2 promo cards, 2 planeswalkers, and 3 booster packs, which, you know, commander decks are great because you can pick them up, you can play, and there are also a lot of surprisingly good cards were in those decks. So just a cool little thing I thought I would recommend to everybody if you cared. Check it out if your Costco still has it. Here is the Witchblade variant that we were talking about. So yeah, Jay, here we can unmute you.
Variant. Well, we have something special. We have a foil edition that's exclusive to the J. Scott Campbell website and Comic-Con. Let me put
Look
it down
at
here.
that.
You can see the only parts that are foil are the suit herself and the logo treatment. And as you can see here, this really came out exceptional.
You can't see the back.
Here, you can kind of see it outside. You can really appreciate this effect. Guys, this in person, this looks so cool. It looks like a jewel in person. If you guys look up close to
the glitter,
look at that shimmer, there's almost like a glitter effect to the foil. And again, you'll notice it's not on her face. It's not in the background. This is a spot foil. It's only in select areas. If you look closely to it, it's almost like it shifts color as you kind of move it around. It goes from like silver to almost like gold. This is really cool in person, guys. And that's not all. We actually have a second Witchblade exclusive. This is
but it's not as cool.
line art edition. This is
well, not the line art is really cool. I really like line art releases, but we're here for that foil. But yeah, that foil is absolutely gorgeous. It looks even better in person. Andrew has given me like, you know, after foil variant, he's shown me like done a not a walkthrough, but like a whatever. He presented it to me. So that's probably like, oh, I love that cover so much. That cover is actually in the foil variant graphics. But pardon me. Let's see. Wolf Leon says, yeah. So let's bring up the comment. Ugh, I'm so mixed on this upcoming MTG comic series. The new one. Yep. The not that one. Wait. Is that that's an old cover. That's from like 97. Oh, shut up. They're just putting it together. I'm going to put on here. I'm going to do this. I need to do this. I'm putting on my editor hat for a moment. All right. I'm even going to take away the chat because I'm going to, and I'm going to take you away for a moment, Leon. I'm going to address all of my fellow like webmasters, editors in chiefs out there. Okay. When you are writing an article, stop using a version of the character that is not being discussed right now. Right. If you are talking about the Marvel Cinematic Universe, do not use a picture of the Avengers from Earth's Mightiest Heroes. If you're talking about the Avengers comic books, do not use that rotating lineup from the first Avengers movies, right? If you are talking about Matt Reeves' Batman, do not go and use an image of the animated Batman. It is confusing. It gets people thinking in the wrong way, and it just, at least on a personal bent, it annoys the shit out of me, because you should have consistency. Guys, presentation means everything, because that is the stuff that the brain unconsciously takes in. So if they're reading an article about, let's say Josh here reviewed Batman, right? 2022, back in the day. And he headlined his article with an image of Batman from Batman Brave and the Bold. Everybody would read that article and they would know they would know factually that he's talking about Matt Reeves' Batman, but they would have this weird connection and disconnect, because they would go, I know he's talking about the movie, but all the images and all of the aesthetics is Brave and the Bold. What's going on here? And so, yes, they can still read your review and they'll still get the point, but they'll remember you more and they'll remember your reporting more if everything is congruent and everything links together. That's the nicest way I can put it, because at first I was like, I'm just going to like shit my pants, but then I was like, you know what? It's the holiday season. We'll be nice. So we'll bring everybody back. Yeah, right here. And for the love of everything that's holy, stop using the same image 100 times when talking about the same person. As Josh used to be, or he technically still is. He's on, I consider it an extended sabbatical. He's always welcome to come back when he is. I know he's on a break. But my second in command over there at Bounding, my old, or my editor, what do you call it? My associate editor, if you will. He and I had to deal with, like, this is something we talk about all the time. Not from our team. Our team knows to switch things up, but we see it everywhere else. Oh, you're going to talk about Iron Man? You're all going to use the same image of Tony with his, like, finger getting ready to snap? We get it. Like, it's frustrating, and I need it to stop, because all in all, it's one of the more innocent things. Like, it's not negative or like disinformation or anything like that. It's just stupid. Yes, if you're talking about Spider-Man, don't use a picture of Tom Holland. No, why would I want pictures of an actor? I want pictures of Spider-Man right now on my desk. Go, let's go. What are you waiting for? Chinese New Year? Yeah, so Bolt Leon brings this up. I want to pick like a site that isn't shitty, but it's like Game Rant, The Gamer, comicbook.com, Screen Rant. And then everything else just devolves into, okay, here, Dexerto. We'll go to Dexerto. I like them. Yeah, a lot of sites use Luke Skywalker drinking the blue milk 1,000 times. It's even more frustrating when it's a character like that, Josh, where it's like you have zillions of shots of Luke Skywalker, whether it's from the movies or the comic books, or if you're even talking about Mark Hamill. There are, what, 4 total Star Wars movies featuring him, and countless interviews. And then if you really needed other stuff, he had an acting career. He was in Guyver. He was in Flash. Those are images we have in the Bounding library. Switch it up, because I guarantee you guys, if you're out there running a news site and you're using the same images as everybody else, you're getting lost in the fray. You're just becoming another piece of noise. But for example, let's take this for example. Let's go back to our well, this will work anyway, because we were going to talk about this. But for example, if we were doing, let's say, Superman, right? The movie, the James Gunn one that's coming out, it's not going to. I don't think he's going to be this stupid. It would be a huge disappointment, and I would be very angry if he did. But let's say that movie ends with like a tease of Doomsday, or Superman fights Doomsday or something, right? All of the articles, I can see it now, all of the articles that come out are going to be, Doomsday is here. Doomsday is in Superman. James Gunn introduces Doomsday. And they will use either that blob shot of him from Batman v Superman. They'll use the original shot of him and Clark punching, like in the comics. Or they'll use the shot of some shots of him from Superman and Lois. But all of them are going to use some variation of those 3 images. So if you go to Google News and you go Superman Doomsday News, and you see all of those, but then you see one article that's headlined with this beautiful Dan Mora piece. You go, I have not seen that before. That stands out. Let me go check them out. It also helps to show that, like, I know what I'm talking about. I am a comic book fan because I didn't just go to Google and say Doomsday and use the first image. I went and I got the goddamn picture. That's why I've mentioned this before, but on Bounding, we go into, like, admittedly, we have very, very, very detailed captions, but that is to show you guys, well, it's twofold. One, it's to let you guys know exactly what you're looking at. I remember being a kid and going to like CBR and comic book, and they would have a splash page or something and say, look at this character who came back from this old issue. And they would never cite it. And I would go, what the fuck am I looking at? Or I would go, hey, I recognize that. Like, that art looks really familiar. I think I know that artist. Who is it? And question marks. So we want to make sure you have all that info. So if you recognize something, you can check it out, yada, yada. But it's also, the second part is we put those long captions in to show you that we know what we're talking about, that we've actually gone into the source material and we're finding these things. We're not just going to the trailer and grabbing the first thing. But more to the point, yeah, I haven't seen a Hasbro comment, Sakura, in this chat. If you dropped it in Discord or something, maybe, yeah, I don't see it either. But yeah, drop it again and we can hit it up. And if you're talking about Sentai, don't use a picture of Power Rangers. That makes me exceptionally angry, Timon. Okay, this is how I get around it, and it makes me laugh, is, okay, you know what? It is 2024. I am not monetized yet. And that's not a complaint. I'm just not. We don't have the subscribers here yet. So I don't really care if we get dinged, if we get copyrighted. So I will show you this because I think it is a delight. But before we get to that, Josh says, I've used the blue milk once for that article about celebrity opinions. It's a pic of Luke and Frodo, but still, shame on me. Not shame on you, though, because that was the first time you ever used it. And you were combining it with something else. Our former editor-in-chief is the one who specifically would reuse images all the time. And it's like, okay, didn't we cover this already? No? Oh, you're just kind of dropping it again and again and again. And to me, if you use that same image over and over again, it shows you're not really caring about the work you're putting out or the material you're covering. You really just want to throw whatever you're writing out there so that people can start commenting on it or whatever. And to me, that just isn't a winning formula. But back to Leon. So yes, as you guys might remember earlier this year, so this is definitely an old announcement. That's why I was so confused as to why we hadn't seen anything new, because it's been like 6 months. But WotC has teamed up with Dark Horse to produce a bunch of comics, graphic novels, and art books for D&D and Magic the Gathering. I am so we don't know any of the creative teams yet. We just know that something is coming. I'm kind of with you. So here's where I am sort of stuck right now on Magic the Gathering lore. Obviously, WotC is in a very, very terrible state as a company. They are overrun by ideologues. They are trying to fix problems that don't exist. They are doing the Fairly Odd Parents thing, where they are trying to get us all to be the same gray blob where nothing is offensive to anybody. And we all know that's an impossible goal. And the more you try to sand the edges off to make something for everybody, you end up making something for no one. And that's kind of where we are. I mean, I know Leon probably feels the same way. This is why we are at this point with D&D. This is why we are at this point with Magic the Gathering. Even though I still play these games, I have to, I'm not foolish enough to say there aren't problems. Whether it is, like I said, the activist problems, which is trying to make the entire place super overtly, kindergarten safe for everybody, or it's the really, really bad nickel and diming they're doing with Magic the Gathering. I've complained about this before, but WotC does this thing where, hey, it is December 27th. We're dropping a new set for Magic the Gathering. Let's get on it. And then, so, if you're a player of these games, you go, new set, great. Let's look at the cards. Let's do a new meta. We got to play test them. And, I just need water. Hold on. And so, yeah, they'll drop the set and say, here you go. And everybody will go, oh, let's go, test it out. We got to, and these testing new sets in card games, especially one that runs as long as Magic with so many different things, this takes time, right? Like, you do not know the full meta within a week of a set coming out because players don't have the cards. Certain cards haven't been used yet, so on and so forth, right? But they'll go, okay, here's your set, December 27th. A week or two will go by, and then they'll go, have you been enjoying that set? well, in a month we're dropping another one, and it's like, what the are you kidding me? We're only gonna have the set like to play with for a month and a half before you start changing up the rules and introducing stuff. It's really bad. And of course their secret lair system is complete garbage bullshit. I'm not a fan of companies that are this big doing limited releases of stuff, right? Like, to me, if you want to have it be limited, make things limited, but we should really be changing to the order window method, right? Where it's like, okay, for example, the Marvel cards for Magic, I managed to get them, but a lot of people didn't because the system is broken. They don't really allocate it well, and they only made like a couple hundred sets. What they should do is, okay, instead of come here at this time and good luck trying to get it, first come, first serve, we're going to open up the ordering so you can freely order it, and we'll give it to you. But then after this date, done, never being made again. That's the way, like, I think they should do it. But of course, it's a money game. It's all awful like that. So, but more to the point about these comics, like Leon's talking about, again, we don't know the creative team. It could be good. Dark Horse is funnily enough, the best term you can use it is like a dark horse. They've lost, they're not the biggest brand out there anymore. They've lost a lot of books over the years, but they kind of keep their heads down, and what they have, they really treat well. You guys are, I know a lot of Zelda fans are out there, like my boy Josh. So all those Hyrule Historias, those are from Dark Horse. The English releases of Berserk are from Dark Horse, and those were not censored. They had some iffy translations, but it wasn't iffy in the sense that people were like running roughshod over things. It was just sort of like maybe a different like word choice could have worked better, right? It wasn't an activist sort of thing. It wasn't like there's a scene where all of a sudden Guts is going like, dang, this is skibbity. It's more just like there might be a scene where Guts goes like, oh man, that's like really heartbreaking. And maybe the right translation is closer to like, wow, that's crushing, right? It's something like that. So like they've got Trigun. They keep their heads down and they do pretty well. They've also, I kind of like a lot of their collectibles. I can't afford them, but they're not bad. They're a good, like, cheap version of like Gentle Giant, right? So as far as Dark Horse and their handling of it, I'm kind of open for it. I don't really distrust them. It's all going to be dependent on who they put on the book, right? Like if they put on like an Eve Ewing or a Kelly Thompson or a Leo Williams, God forbid, a Mariko Tamaki, a Tom King, then we're going to get really, really dog shit stuff, especially if these are one of those writers that want to lean more into the representation aspects of it all and diversity, because like you can tell a lot of diverse stories. You can have a lot of that here, but we all know there's a difference between like a story with diversity and then like a diversity story. So it really all depends on how they do it like that. Like that's my overarching fear is I don't know what direction they're going to take these comics. The other sort of like meta question mark, and Leon, maybe I don't know how you feel about this, but I'd love to hear it. Who was it? Was it Image? Somebody did like the most recent Magic the Gathering comics. Here, let me, like they started, 2021. Who did this? Boom. Oh my God. Okay. So Boom Studios had the license last. Andrew, if you're still here, it was written by our boy Jed Mid-K. Like I'm telling you, this guy cannot write. But if you read those ones, Leon, the problem with a lot of the Magic like media is that a lot of it presumes that you already are intimately familiar with every piece of lore from the cards. Like you have studied every release booster box like description. And so I'm not against that. Like, for example, I don't want to see another Superman origin story. I don't want to see another Spider-Man origin story. Like I'm good with being thrown into the action and sort of being told what's going on as we go, but they don't teach you jack. Like I tried to read very recently recently go make my way through the Boom series. Cause I was like, it lasted for like 3 years, but I was like, I like Magic. I don't really know the lore. Let's go. Like I like, it was actually inspired by, what is her name? Planeswalker. She's a red-blue Planeswalker. It shouldn't be this hard to remember her name. Again, I wish I didn't like just clear out all of my history because she would have popped up really fast. And I bet as soon as I turn around to my main monitor and I see what Leon says, it's probably going to be like, oh yeah, it's her. And I'm going to be like, shut up, go away, we're not friends anymore. No, come on. She should be easy. She's really cool. Yeah, there we go. I know I had like her. I said it phonetically in my head, but I knew I was probably not getting it right. But bye, Costco. Johora, like, I really like her, and I think I like pulled her card or something recently, and I was like, oh, she's pretty. I was like, this is my new Magic waifu, and especially because I needed this card. I am building an Iron Man deck, both I need her for my Iron Man and Captain America decks because they both really rely on artifacts and all that sort of fun stuff. But regardless, yeah, I was like, oh, I need her. Oh, she's pretty. Oh, that's my waifu. So I was like, I want to get into the lore so I can know more about her. It throws you way too hard into the lore and just says like swim, and then it doesn't teach you anything else. And so maybe these series read better if you know the lore intimately, but I think there needs to be some level of like, let me walk you through what a planeswalker is. Let me walk you through mana. Let me walk you through all of this stuff, because otherwise, like, I mean, yeah, here's like, I know a lot of Magic. I have a lot of the cards. I know the characters. Maybe I don't remember their names off the top of my head, but if you know me, you know I'm also very, very bad with names. If you guys were, you all would have laughed during our D&D session that Andrew and I had, as hosted by his lovely girlfriend, Mary Mayhem, who, love that lady. I love talking to her. She's great. We've obviously become closer friends this year, and she's helped boost the what do you want to call it? The Christmas cheer this year. Leon says, sorry, I was walking back from the gas station and my hands were full. Couldn't help out with the lore. No problem, buddy. I like to imagine, though, that you were probably like me, because I do this sometimes, like when I'm listening to your show or to like Jacob's show. I'm like, for example, if you were streaming right now and you're like, who was that? I'd be like, it's Jandora. It's Jandora. God damn, I got to get back to my computer. I'm screaming it. So now I'm going to imagine that that's what you were doing. So really, Wizards here needs to be very careful. They need to do two things. They need to avoid making anything overtly preachy, overtly, let's make a one-to-one parallel between the real world and whatever, which that's just a challenge a lot of media production companies need to do right now. But they also need to be very good about bringing the reader into the lore, because if somebody's like, I know so many Magic players who know the cards and the mechanics, couldn't tell you anything about the world. Don't really know where the mana comes from, doesn't know what like the sliver invasion of Phyrexia was. Like, they don't know that stuff because it's sort of two different beasts. So if you want to get those card players into the lore, you need to sort of ease them in. And again, you don't need to treat them stupid. We don't need to do here's a day one of Magic, but just, we do need to guide and bring people in to the myth and the lore. So that is, I actually can't really give an opinion yet because we literally don't know anything. Dark Horse is a good move. Would love to see MTG comics that don't go off the rails. We'll have to see. Obviously, both you and I, Leon, we will be covering this, watching this as we go on through the year. Maybe we'll even have a team-up stream to talk about it because, again, I have plans for the new year. We'll talk about them. It's going to be fun. But, yeah, exactly, Timon. This is what I'm talking about. It's WotC, prom nights with black orcs and dungeons with wheelchair ramps. Every couple of pages, there will be a trigger warning. Yes, Timon, like here. So guys, obviously this, well, hold on, Timon. Already, I love this convo. Got to record some vids, but yes, once the comic's released, we got to collab on them. I have a lot of Magic stuff and nerd stuff that I want to do in the next year, Leon. I will talk to you about it after. Go do your vids. I will see you on your live stream later. Can't wait. Love you, buddy. And I will see you tomorrow as well. So go eat your gas station diarrhea food, and I will. Much love to my brother. Happy New Year over there. Obviously, I'll probably text you on New Year's, but whatever. But, so, like, I want to point this out, because we all know on this show, this is sort of, I don't mean this condescendingly to Timon, because I know exactly, hang with me here for a second, guys, right? Just hang with me. So, normally we know that, like, on this show, I'm not a big fan of falling into the very generic, like, fear, or not fear mongering, but like rage rhetoric, right? Like, I don't really like stereotyping things or painting things with blanket brushes or yada, yada, yada. But there's a reason I highlighted Timon's here, and I know that Timon isn't trying to do that. He's not being over the top, but he's actually 100% right. Like, prom nights with black orcs and dungeons with wheelchair ramps. That is what they do now. This isn't just us being pissy about one random campaign. The prom night thing is a very big thing that before you said that, I didn't even realize that was the thing I was worried about. But you said that and it clicked, and it's like, oh yeah, here comes a prom night issue, like, or a prom setup thing. Like, who wants that? There's also there maybe they'll, instead of doing like black people as like a 1-to-1 for real life black people, maybe they'll try to do the orc thing. They love pushing that rhetoric. And then the wheelchair ramps in dungeons, we all know that discourse and how all these designers leap into it. So it really boils down to how much oversight is WotC going to have, because and who in WotC is going to have it. This is one of the nefarious things about our current corporate culture, not just in America but the world. We would all love to point at the president of WotC or the lead designer of Magic, but corporations have zillions of different divisions and roles and people, and it's just, they do a really good job of smoke screening everything that's going on, where everything is. So with that in mind, I don't think that Timon is gonna be like off base here. Maybe the every couple of pages there will be a trigger warning is a little bit over the top, but I feel like there will be something to that. If they take it in the like critical role style way, I can definitely see a bunch of like or like editor boxes that are like, if you're like, watch out, next page has a lot of blood, and they think they're being cheeky about it, but it's still the exact same thing. Gas station vodka. Hey, I used to do that all the time, my friend. Except it was gas station whiskey, because I had a bad pop-off night when I was in high school, and I just never again. Okay, so Sakura says, here is Sakura's comment about Hasbro that got sort of buried. Hasbro has messed up more than just Beyblade. Absolutely. We know that Hasbro is a failing brand right now. We know that, you know, Power Rangers is fucking dead because of them. That is probably like the biggest story that Bounding into Comics has been on top of this year. Me and Cider, the two of us was the two of us have been like double teaming that on the YouTube and on the site. There's that. There is the massive failing of their Star Wars merch lines, which I can't 100% blame on them. That is a lot coming out of Lucasfilm and Disney, and they're fucking with the franchise. But it also doesn't help when they make really bad decisions about like what figures to give Black Series releases to and all that fun stuff, right? Doesn't help them there. Their Marvel Legends stuff has sort of been like deteriorating in quality, and I wish Nerdigans was here, because she brings this up to me all the time. When they're at this point where they're even like embarrassed of the MCU, because so Marvel Legends, they have a line for Brave New World, but all the Brave New World figures in there, like the Red Hulk and Captain and Captain Falcon, they don't look like the movies. They're the comic book version. So it's like, what are we, like what are we doing here? So Hasbro is at this point where they are just monumentally fucking up everything they own. Right now, WotC is the only profitable arm they have, and it's only Magic. Like, Magic is super profitable for them. A lot of that is confirmed from the Universes Beyond crossover set, which I think all of us could have. We all have our opinions on whether the crossover sets were good for Magic, whether they were beneficial, whether they detract. But I think we all we all could have guessed that they were going to do gangbusters. They were going to sell like fucking hotcakes, because who wouldn't want, special limited edition nice cards of Fallout or Lord of the Rings, even though they race swapped a bunch of that stuff. But there are some cool Lord of the Rings cards, like the Sauron card. I love the Sauron card from the MTG set. Yeah, this thing's cool. Right? Like, whoa, that's Sauron. That's so cool. But yes, Hasbro is not a good company right now. I don't know what they plan to do going forward. I think at this point they might just turn into a straight licensing company because they've licensed out the Power Ranger stuff to everybody else. The toys are now being made by Playmobil. There is no television series currently in development. It was with Netflix for a little while, but that went through, that died. There's only one active production, and it's the Power Rangers Prime comic, which sucks because we need to get away from Power Rangers. I fucking hate the fact, we talk about this all the time. I'm not going to rehash it, but the fact that Hasbro will not let go of Mighty Morphin and just keeps doubling down on that instead of moving forward or doing anything, that's killing them. Guys, Zen Kiger was I believe that was like 2 or 3 Sentai shows ago. It was Zen Kiger. Kiras Kikai Sentai Zen Kaigo. So this 2020, this was the series for the year of 2021, I think, but it was a big old celebration of the Sentai series. Basically, Zen Kiger, he could transform into any of the other Sentais, and if you notice, so these are his mechs, these are his Zords. They're living on their own, and those were his teammates. But those are all Zords from series that were adapted into Power Rangers. It's fucking perfect. You have Turbo, you have Beast, Fury. I forget who the pink one is from. I want to say that's maybe Jungle. I can't remember. If Cider were here, he'd be on it. But then, yeah, obviously the red one is from Q Ranger, Mighty Morphin. Instead of adapting this for the last season, they went with Cosmic Fury and said, let's make our own shit with the most ugly looking Zords and the most ugly looking suits, because they're ashamed of the Sentai-ness of it all, right? They are a company who does not want to be doing what they're doing. We see that a lot, and we need to start calling it out more. You can tell when a comic creator doesn't want to be there. When somebody is making a video game and they don't want to be there. When somebody is making a show and they don't want to be there. And that's what Hasbro is with all of this stuff. At this point, I genuinely think it's going to take Chris Cox, the current CEO, being ousted for any real change to happen over there. And I just don't see that happening anytime soon. So right now, I'd say I'm probably anticipating this being their death march. If things don't turn around for them massively in the next 2 to 3 years, we're going to start seeing IP sell-offs. We're going to start seeing shrinking. It's going to be really, really bad. Don't forget that they just announced that they are no longer funding any production based on their work. So the Power Rangers movie from 2017, that Dungeons and Dragons movie that came out that I know some people liked. I never saw it, but I know Andrew and Mary really like it. But those movies, obviously they're part of their IP library. They gave, they said Hasbro used to fund it and be yes, we'll invest our money in this and then we'll get some of that return back. Now they're just going, you license it, it's your fucking problem now. We're not putting in any money. So I think we're going to, here's the problem. I said 2 to 3 years. I would say it's sooner, but we are getting a full Spider-Man Magic set this coming 2025. So I genuinely think that alone is going to be a massive boon to their profits. They're going to get a lot of money off of that, and that'll probably keep them floating for a little while. But again, unless there's a significant change, it's only delaying the inevitable. Yeah, Black Orc with a wife and newborn who went to Mordor for a pack of cigarettes. Or what do they smoke in that world, I wonder? I guess with planeswalking, you could technically walk to Earth and get a pack of cigarettes. Yeah, if the news was that Dark Horse buys the rights for a D&D comic, it would be better. Exactly. If we knew that's sort of where my last point was there, right? Timon, is that I wish we knew what the exact editorial influence structure is going to be on that book. Because if it's a lot of Hasbro and it's a lot of or if it's a lot of WotC staff and it's specific WotC staff who I don't know all their names off the top of my head, but I know if you go on Bounding, we list them out a lot. But if it's them, that's where it's going to get worried. So we'll wait and see. But once it drops, obviously you will hear about it from me and Leon. Sakura says Mystic Force. Thank you. That's what it was. I knew I blinked on it. Timon says, or Elon buys it. Here's the thing. He's not going to. And if he did, he would fucking run it into the ground. I don't. And don't worry, Sakura. I know that we want to talk about Rohirrim, and then there was like one other thing you brought up in the Discord server this evening that I was like that you said we should talk about, and I'm blanking on that one. As soon as you remind me, that'll be great. So, oh man, here, let me fix this real quick. I did not, while I was setting up everything, I forgot to do our temporary Discord invite for the week. So, as always, guys, there's a chase going on in LA right now, and we are watching this. You're watching me instead of watching a car chase, but let's see if I can just go to my channel, please. You guys notice that, like, YouTube really screwed with the layout now, and it's like really hard to get to your own channel. It really, really aggravates me. But let's see. Cool. We can go on to here, grab this, edit video real quick, throw that bad boy in there. Okay, yeah. So as always, guys, secret Discord link is in the description for the video. If you want to come hang out with us, jump on down there. We'd love to have you. Me, Andrew, Timon, Sakura, everybody's around. Come hang out with us. So, yeah, halflings leaves. So let's see. What was I gonna say? What were we gonna? Oh, so here's how do I approach this? What do we want to look at? Let's bring back the Zenkaiger crew. Also, it's very, very funny. You can't really make it out here. I didn't type in anything. So Zenkaiger was launched as like a celebration for the 45th anniversary of Super Sentai. That's why you have all the like callback mechs and stuff. So in honor of that, they put a 45 on his helmet because he is the 45th series. Except, so the next series that's coming out, they're making that the 50th one, even though it's technically like 49, because they're counting the two teams from Lupin Ranger and Pat Ranger as two different teams. So now this doesn't make any sense. Now he's 46 and not 45, and it's like, guys, you're breaking all the rules. We don't need to do this. So, here's the thing. We all know, if you guys are regular watchers of the show or you guys hang out with me, you guys are in no way unaware that I am not a big fan of Elon Musk. I think the guy is sort of a dumbass. He is one of those guys who, inherited a lot of money from his family, invested it wisely, got, into PayPal, into SpaceX, into Tesla, all this stuff, and is reaping the benefits from it. I don't think he is particularly smart. I don't think he is particularly intelligent, right? I think he is very much even for all of his potential autism diagnosis or whatever, I think he is just very much a guy who is too concerned with like what other people think of him. He really wants the attention for himself. He's essentially what happens when a 13-year-old who like posts on Sonic the Hedgehog forums with Sephiroth avatars and what do you call it? Signatures. Like that's what he is as an adult. Like he's just not a very mature person. So when I hear him say, I'm going to buy Hasbro, I'm going to do this, to me, he's never going to do that because that's all just to whip up the base. Remember, he didn't want to buy Twitter. He said, I'm going to buy it, and he was taunting, and then he tried to back out because he realized it was a stupid move, and he was forced to complete the deal by the Department of Justice because you can't back out of it after boasting about it for so long because that would be stock manipulation. So I don't think he really wants to invest in any of this stuff. He only really wants to whip up his base and sort of say what they want him to say. Right? Like when he's, he a couple weeks back, he also said, I'm going to launch a video game, like an AI video game studio. And everybody lit up, went, yay, video games are saved. The problem is he doesn't care about video games. He cares about how he can use that as a ding in the culture war. And also, like, if he cares about video games, it's as a product. It's not as an actual video game. It's not the experience of pressing the buttons and having your input relayed on the screen. It's that, or, the sense of accomplishment or reward. So I don't think he's ever going to buy Hasbro. And if he does, what's he going to do? He has no plan except for make it anti-woke. Well, I don't want to replace a bunch of stupid woke writers with a bunch of over-the-top dumb anti-woke writers because, you know, horseshoe theory holds, and they're all sort of the same dumb stripe of, like, ideology over entertainment or story or anything else. So I don't think Elon's going to buy it. Even if he did, whatever changes happen to it, it wouldn't be his credit. You could credit him with, oh, yeah, you put that guy in power, but Elon's not going to sit down and say, let me rewrite everything. He's just not that kind of guy. He doesn't care that much. And so I know a lot of people always want to go, Elon, save it. Elon, save it. Elon doesn't care about you. Elon doesn't care about any of this. Elon cares about what serves him and his bottom line. Just like all of these oligarchs, all of these people at the top, all of these politicians, whether it's Joe Biden or Kamala or Trump, Vivek, whatever, they don't care about you. They care about themselves, their own profile, and how they will look to everybody else. So you really need to be careful about throwing your weight behind, and not you specifically, Timon, but just like people, right? Like we got to be really careful about throwing our hats in with the loudest people, the richest people, the more visual people, because those are the ones who more often than not don't really care about you. The ones you want to invest in, the ones you want to follow and give your trust to are the ones who sort of don't make themselves the story. They report. They are honest with you. They will admit, I am wrong, or they will admit, I am biased to this. They will keep their head down and they won't try and use everything to get an attack in on you. So I'm not a big fan of Elon. I genuinely don't think he really would contribute anything to this. Like, I don't even think he runs his own, like the Diablo 4 thing. Oh, I'm the best player in the world. We saw your Elden Ring build, dude. You're not. So whoever got you there has to be somebody else because A, you are bad at video games, and B, you do not have the time, right? Like, I really get sick of people going like, oh yeah, Elon, of course he's smart. He's running a rocket ship company. He's running Tesla. And then I go, okay. Then he spends like 8 hours on Twitter. When's he doing Diablo 4? You just don't understand how the rich work. And it's like, no, you're just sucking off his dick because why? Why do you want to venerate him so bad? He just sucks. I really miss the days when he was just non-existent. I haven't liked him even before he had his like political reawakening. I've always thought he was just like a loud dork. So forget him. Yeah, exactly. Right, Josh? Diablo, get to the top 10 Mega Man 11 challenge leaderboard and then we'll talk. Dude, throw him into like Mega Man 2. Watch him weep. I think that's what it's supposed to be, Timon. Like an updated Jack Q helmet because again, this series was all throwbacks to every series that had come before. It's really, really great if you like a lot of Sentai. But if you're like Hasbro or in Simon Bennett and you don't like Sentai at all, what's the purpose? And then yeah, Shinkai says Elon would change Hasbro to X-Bro. See, now this is like a completely unrelated one, but now like I don't want that because I know he would be like X-Bro. Dude, we got to bro it up. Like, are you an X-Bro? I'm an X-Bro. And I'm like, I would just be like, oh my God, I don't even want to sell my magic cards. I just want to burn them at this point. Mega Man 2 I'm not saying it's the best in the series. I'm saying that bitch is hard. And that's the one that's going to make him crap his pants. Flashman, dude. If you don't know what you're doing in Flashman, you're done like in a second. You know this. Okay, so let's see. First, we will hit Sakura. Let us talk about. Let me find it in the Discord because I know you dropped it for us. Search Sakura. What? Oh, from Sakura. That's what I want to do. There we go. All right. So let's talk about this because Sakura brought this to my attention earlier today. And, okay. So, War of the Rohirrim. New Tolkien movie, new Lord of the Rings movie out of Warner Brothers Animation, coming from Jason DeMarco, written by Philippa Boyens and a bunch of new writers. For those of you who don't know what this is, it is a animated adaptation of a 4-sentence story in the appendix to Return of the King that completely like expands on all of it. For example, just to like summarize it, the main character in this movie is a princess named Hera. She rebels. She helps fight off the I forget what they're called, the like half the wildlings or whatever, and protects Rohan from war, and eventually delivers them freedom from siege. In the book, she is mentioned once in one sentence and doesn't get a name. It says, "This king from the other kingdom came to Helm Hammerhand and said, 'Can I have your daughter's hand in marriage for my son?'" Only mention of her. But they decided to blow it out and make it a full-on movie. So, as Sakura brought to our attention, this movie is not doing well right now. It has only earned about 16 million worldwide. If you guys saw the news right after the movie dropped, Warner Brothers came out and was like, "Oh, by the way, yeah, we only made that movie to keep the rights. That's what we were doing. Yeah, no, it's not terrible. That's why it's so bad. We just rushed it." So, yeah, 2 hours is a lot of time to read 4 sentences. It is one of the more, on one hand, I gotta be like, wow, that's ambitious. Good for you guys. On the other, I have to go like, why? Don't even try. That's such a dumb move. So yeah, 16 million worldwide, not doing very hot. Had a full theatrical release, 2,600 theaters across America. Nobody's showing up for it. Now, I have heard from people who have watched the movie, specifically Andrew and Mary, that it is entertaining, that it is also very beautiful to look at. And I can, at least attest to the visual quality. What am I trying to say here? It is very pretty. The animation is very crisp. It's very clean. It is not stilted. If you didn't know that this was made specifically by Warner Brothers Animation, you would probably genuinely believe it was an anime. It does look really well. Again, guys, we got to give credit where credit is due. Otherwise, we're not being intellectually honest. So that's what I know about the film itself from watching trailers and interviews and all that. Obviously, I think the problem with this film is a couple-fold. On one hand, I think when it comes to Lord of the Rings, more than probably any franchise ever, lots of people don't want you to start adding to this and extending on it and making big, large universes. Maybe that would have worked back in the 80s, early 90s, late or early 2000s. But in this age of cinematic universes and synergy and making sure everything lines up so that we can sell you a product, I think a lot more people are cynical and they're going, if you try to build on Tolkien, you're just trying to make money. There's not really a creative endeavor to have here. So I think that is a general thing that's always going to ding Tolkien-related expansions, not adaptations, but like expansions on his work. The other thing is, I have seen no advertising for this movie. Abso-fucking-lutely zero. I have seen like one round of press tour from Philippa Boyens and Warner Brothers Animation head Jason DeMarco, who I will get into in a second because I have to have a side rant about that. But there's no advertising, no ads, no bus stops, no billboard, just nothing, right? So I am not surprised that this movie isn't doing hot. It had a lot going against it, and it's unfortunate. I kind of wish everybody's talents were put towards something more productive, more open, and what do you call it? Or not open. What am I trying to say here, guys? I wish they would have made something that worked with, having its lore expanded or had a world that could be expanded like this, right? Tolkien's just not the right platform for it. The man wrote so much and was so sort of detailed about everything that it almost feels like arrogance to go, okay, you didn't write that bit? I'll write that bit. I got you, right? I was talking about this with my dad the last night, actually. I think, in general, I'm not a fan of when a creator dies and people continue to expand on his work. I don't think I'm necessarily a fan of that. I'm okay if the guy's still alive and he has some review and he's like, it wasn't bad. Sure, go for it. Like, all right. Or like, oh, you want to add that? Okay, cool. I think that can work, and I'll, it might not be canon, and it might not be like with my work, but I'm fine. That's cool with me. I think it's like when an author is dead, like Ian Fleming or Lord of the Rings. That's where it gets murky, and it's like, I don't know if I want you working on this. But then again, there are weird exceptions because, like, comic books, right? Bill Finger and Bob Kane aren't working on Batman anymore. Stan Lee and Ditko aren't on Spider-Man. They should be, because then we would get rid of fucking Nick Lowe. But sometimes I guess it probably is just like with everything in life, contextual. Was this something that was made to be episodic, like a James Bond, like a Batman, where you can just keep telling stories? Or was this a big completed world story like Tolkien, where we just kind of got to stop, right? Imagine if J.K. Rowling wasn't alive and somebody decided, like, oh, I'm going to write a new trilogy based on this one background Hogwarts student who was at the Battle of Hogwarts, and I'm going to expand it all out. And he actually crossed over with, like, Lily and James and whatever. It would be weird. You'd be like, did we really need to do that? The other thing is, here, I can bring this up from Bounding, because I really need to hit how weird this is. That's Nicola's article, not mine. I'm just looking for an article I wrote, because then I can hit my name and we can go right to it. But this has been sort of obviously it's like Sakura said, it's the dead week. It's a little quiet. All of our other writers are killing it right now. Nerdigans is popping off with the anime news. Nicola he's got like a renewed sense of vigor. He was a little sick, but now he's like dropping a bunch of video game news. Jacob has a bazillion movie reviews. Go check them out. They're great. As always, JB is keeping you guys up to date with the Gun and DC news, and our I guess the best term, I still have to formalize his specific role, but I think I would call him our like temperature culture kind of guy. But yeah, so Billy Audrey, you've probably seen him. He writes if you see a more wider audience article on the site, he's probably the one writing it. We have this one about Wicked and 1 Million Moms. He's been on our Yellowstone coverage. It's not bad. We want that coverage, but I can also understand from our viewership, it might seem weird that such a niche site is getting into that. We used to get into that, if you remember, when Trent was still around and I had more free time to actually cover stuff like that. But it's just a thing. It's just how business goes, right? You got to get the team, you got to find the time, but everything's chugging along. Very happy with all the work my team is putting out, and I couldn't have a better set of guys and gals. So I don't know if any of you watch it out there, but Cider, Jacob, Billy, Kevin, Nerdigans, JB, Nicola, and Chris, of course. No, who the fuck am I forgetting? Am I forgetting somebody? Oh, of course, my main man, Derek. And of course, Josh. Josh is always there as well, even if he wants to pretend like he's not our friend anymore. But you guys are all the best, and we couldn't have gotten through this year without all of your help. But more to the point, let's go to this point. No, not that one. Where's the other? There she is. So, in one of those press tours that I was talking about, Philippa Boyens was asked, why did you guys want to tackle this specific story? Why did you choose this weird little 4-sentence thing to make a full movie about, right? So Philippa basically says, let's see, right here during an interview with IGN, Philippa Boyens, who, just a side note, it makes me laugh. So Philippa Boyens she helped write the original trilogy with Peter Jackson. She also helped on the Hobbit films, whatever you feel about that. But it makes me laugh a lot when I see, I'll write stories about Philippa, and yes, let's disagree with her takes. I'm about to disagree with her right here, but a lot of people will be like, oh, of course, this new generation of woke writers is destroying everything. And I'm like, do you know Philippa? Just click the article. It's going to be in the second paragraph. You'll know what we're talking about. But Philippa, during this interview with IGN, was asked, why did you guys want to make this? And she said, Professor Tolkien said in his letters that sometimes the most compelling story is the untold story, right? And here's the problem. She's misinterpreting what Tolkien said. I pointed it out here. That quote comes from a 1945 letter written by Tolkien to his son Christopher, wherein he actually says, a story must be told or there will be no story. Yet it is the untold stories that are most moving. What he actually... Now, it's very subtle. And if you're not a giant word dork like me, you probably didn't pick up on this, nor did your brain pick up on it, because it's very, very subtle. But The way Philippa frames that quote, sometimes the most compelling story is the untold story. That sounds like, oh, if there's a story that hasn't been elaborated on, we should tell those, right? Oh, let's God, I don't even have like a good example off the top of my head. Oh, we don't know how Master Roshi developed the Kamehameha because it's untold. That's compelling. Nobody knows the mystery. Let's go tell that. Okay, that doesn't always apply because sometimes the mystery is part of it. Sometimes we don't need to know. Sometimes it doesn't add anything, right? It could be as simple as Master Roshi walked to the store and found out how to fire it. We don't need a big multi-million production to tell that Surf Dracula story. But what Tolkien actually says, a story must be told or there will be no story, yet it is the untold stories that are the most moving. If you go, I didn't share the full letter because obviously it is giant, but taken alone or even taken in the context of the original letter, here, let's go back to January 30th letter, Tolkien. Let's see. So yeah, what he says here is, here, I gotta find it. Yeah. Right here. So, where do I want to start with this? Yes, right here. So, his son Christopher wrote to him and was talking about how moving he found, the stories and stuff, and Frodo and Gollum. And so Tolkien writes back, the moving quality of that is on a different plane to Celebrimbor. There are two quite different emotions. One that moves me supremely and I find small difficulty in evoking. The heart-racking sense of the vanished past, best expressed by Gandalf's words about the Palantir. And the other, the more ordinary emotion, triumph, pathos, tragedy of the characters. That I am learning to do as I get to know my people, but it is not really so near my heart and is forced on me by the fundamental literary dilemma. A story must be told or there will be no story, yet it is the untold stories that are the most moving. I think you were moved by Celebrimbor because it conveys a sudden sense of endless untold stories. Mountains seen far away, never to be climbed. Distant trees, never to be approached. Or if so, only to become near trees. So what Tolkien's actually saying is that not to go out and tell all of these stories, but it's kind of what I was getting at a second ago. It's that mystery of everything that compels us. We don't know we don't know all of this background to a character. We don't know their life. So we get interested in them. We want to see, where did you come from? Not necessarily tell me your entire backstory, but I want to know about you as a character. I want to know, right? Like I want to connect to you on that personal level. It's that sense of there are adventures out there that this character's been on, so they have to have lived like a big life. I want to know more about them. How do they live now? How do they take those experiences to their current problems? It's not, oh, let's tell everybody how, Luke Skywalker got his first Kyber crystal or whatever the fuck Star Wars is doing nowadays. I know it's a different franchise, but principle holds. It's really about, it's the untold, the ones that are out there, those mysteries. That's what compels us. Those are the things that are the most moving because it evokes. I talk about this a lot, right? In video games or animation or comic books, for example, when you are, or you know what? Let's be more specific here. Animation. There's something called smear frames. So you might have one frame here, and then a third frame here where the punch is connecting, but in the middle there's this big blurry frame that is just sort of like a blur, but it's that general motion of the arm. Those are always more effective than having something like What If, where we'll get to it, Volume Dealer, if you're still here. In What If, everything is very stiff. You see every movement as if it is happening in front of your face. And that leads to an uncanny valley because your brain isn't seeing what's happening. What you're doing is your eyes take in the information, then your brain translates it and says, this is what you're seeing. And obviously it's very close to what you're seeing, but some people see different things. Some people might, see different colors, yada, 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 yada. That's really where we're going with that one. Dang it. Hold on a second. Fuck, did I just lose my train of thought where I was going with that? damn, I think I did. I don't know specifically where I was going with that point, but yeah, we are compelled and moved by mystery and unknown stories. We don't necessarily need to know every little detail that happened in everything, because that Tolkien's not saying that, right? He's just definitely not saying that. He's saying those you want to know about people. It is the human element. It is the lived experiences. That's what makes us want to delve into these stories. And sometimes we learn about them and sometimes we don't. But he's not saying go out and make sure everything in the world has like a wiki page explanation. But that's War of the Rohirrim. Again, it's beautiful. I hear it's good from Andrew and Mare, and I trust them like implicitly. Your mileage may vary. If you're not hot on spending money for it, this movie's about to be on digital in like 2 weeks because Warner Brothers is throwing in the flag. So you'll be able to check it out then. I probably will then too. But again, I think it's very important to go into this being like, this is not related to Tolkien at all. It's like a Tolkien extra, if you will, and just non-canon. Let's see. Oh, so going back to our Mega Man conversation, yeah, no, I meant the trope that haven't played Mega Man 2 to completion, but hey, it's the best one because my 8-bit music. I mean, it's got cool Robot Masters. It's hard as fuck. It's definitely not my favorite. I think we have the same favorite. It's 3, and yeah, 2 is fine. 2 is fine. Quickman's cool though. He's like my favorite Robot Master. Shinkai says, reminds me of the time they made a Trails of Cold Steel anime that takes place between the second and third game based on some lore background of 3. From what I have heard and bit I've seen, a real drag. It is. I've watched it. You really only need to watch like the first and last episode. It's I mean, right there, everything I just said from Shinkai is accurate. That would be my review. Let's see. Punk says, if a live-action Witchblade movie were ever made, which actress would you cast to play Sarah? So it's a little off topic, obviously, but this is what the show is for. I don't know. So I have to admit this. I am very bad with like casting. Unless I have like one specific person in mind that clicks, it's really hard for me to like lock into an actress, especially nowadays because we don't have movie stars. We don't have big name actors or actresses anymore. So like my mind drifts back to people from like the 2000s and they're not acting. And in their current state, they wouldn't be good actresses. Let's see. Who would I... shoot. Like all my mind's going to like all the Bond girls right now. And like I want to say a bunch of Asian actresses, but I don't want to race swap Sarah. Like that's not what we're doing. Female actors who could play that like good sexy femme fatale. I'm looking in my mind for somebody with like a Mila Jovovich type of vibe, but a little younger than Mila Jovovich. Because Sarah's supposed to be younger. Okay. Are we back? What in the god damn? Yeah, everybody was calling me out for my mute. Hopefully I'm back. That wasn't supposed to. Okay, cool. Volume Dealer says back now from Timon from Shinkai. Cool. What happened there, guys, is you probably saw it, but I hit the corner of my Stream Deck. That is where the button for the outro is. Apparently, and I didn't know this until right now, if you hit the outro on Stream Deck and then you move away from that action, it still goes through the like macro. So it'll still wait like the time, and then it'll cut me back to that main screen, and then it'll cut the stream. So that's what happened. Luckily, front. Oh, thank God. I was hoping for the front, but that is why I blanked out there. Super weird. Not really any idea why specifically, but we are back. Don't know exactly where I got in our conversation, but freaking Punk. So I'll just restart. Punk asks, if a live-action Witchblade movie were ever made, which actress would you cast to play Sarah? So what I was saying is that I am very, very bad with casting. I don't know a lot of like actors. I don't know. It's a talent that I just do not have. I can recognize when there is a good casting, like when a character embodies somebody really well or does a great job. I'm just very bad about like, let's cast this person, especially because I feel like my brain, we talk about this a lot, whether it's on 01 or here or wherever, foil variant, there are no movie stars anymore, right? Like there's just nobody here who is selling tickets. Oh, come on, Punk. Boomer moment. This is the Boomer stream. You know where you are. Where do you think you are, Dr. Cox? So like there are no movie stars nowadays. So a lot of when I go, oh, what about this actress? I'm like linking back to the mid 2000s, early 2010s. And those actresses, if they're still working, they're just not in that zone anymore. It wouldn't work. They don't have that same vibe, right? So to me, the first person I go to is like Mila Jovovich, my number one like celebrity crush. The woman just absolutely does it for me. But I think she's like she just doesn't have like the youthful softness in her face, which isn't an insult to say like, oh, she looks awful. It's just naturally we age and we get older. I feel like Sarah, to have the Michael Turner look and everything, she's got to be tall, lithe, and very, very youthful looking. So to me, my mind first goes to like Mila, and I go, okay, not her because she's too old, but somebody with that sort of vibe. Then I go to Gemma Arterton in Quantum of Solace, whatever Bond movie that was, where she slept with Bond and then she got like dunked in the oil and that killed her. That attitude and that character right there is very Sarah, you know, because Sarah, as much as we love her, she is still sort of that like hard, like headed, like I'm going to go do what I want sort of cop. Like you can't hold me back, Chief. So I think like Gemma would have been good for that. But again, that's old. Anna de Armas, again, I think that's just because I was thinking of Bond girls. Maybe her, but I think she might be too short to do the like full Michael Turner type of look on screen. So honestly, can't hear me again. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I didn't change anything. I'm still really close to my mic. Let us see. Nothing's muted. Everything seems like it's coming through on my end. So let's hope we're okay. But 1980s Rosanna Arquette. That's a good one. Yeah, like Rosanna Arquette would have been a good one, like way back in the day. Pam Anderson. I think she's too. This sounds awful, but it's really the only like term I can use for it. And if anybody out there, if some hyper like neoliberal person happens to be stumbling upon the stream, I would welcome an alternative term. But I feel like Pam is too bimbo-y in the 90s, right? She's got the big teased hair, the big accented lips with her like lip gloss and stuff, lots of heavy makeup, her breasts were at their peak, if you will. She just seems too buxom, big personality to be Sarah. Sarah's still super sexy, but she's more of that like life kind of sexy. Oh, okay, cool. That was on Punk's end. Phew, phew. So, like maybe Anna de Armas. Again, she might be a little too short, but hey, movie magic. RDJ looks like he's 7 feet tall as Tony Stark, right? I know this is sort of a weird one, but what the fuck was? Okay, do you guys? So she hasn't really been in the news cycle for a while, but if you guys remember, yeah. Let's just like, oh yeah, we'll just go over to the. I'll just bring these results over to our web browser. Yeah. So like, if you guys remember, one of Taylor Swift's best friends is a supermodel named Carly Kloss. And this is who keeps coming to mind for me for Sarah. She's got the right sort of like smoldering facial expression. She's very lithe, like she's got the supermodel body, right? She's very tall. She's got the right sort of like hair. I admittedly have not really seen her act. I feel like she probably has. I just haven't caught it. But this is sort of like who in my head visually I think of for a good Sarah. So unfortunately, that's probably as far as I can go. I'm not very good with casting. Somebody like Andrew would be able to nail it really hard on the head. But if you have any suggestions, let me know. Again, I don't know this current crop of like movie stars. There are none. I know Timothée Chalamet. Yeah, see, Timon says too skinny. That's the problem though, is that like I think you have to go too skinny if you're gonna do like Michael Turner, Sarah Witchblade. Oh, it's because I spelled Michael wrong. But like you see, like that's just Michael Turner's style. He draws them very, very like thin. So just for going for the Michael Turner style, I think like that, but also a lot of the Carly Kloss face goes with it. See, I think you need someone with curves, but you can't have them be like curvy, or she can be chesty, but she's also got to be like sort of lithe. Yeah, Yancey Butler's Sarah wasn't bad. Again, the casting wasn't bad on that show. It was just everything else about it. I know I was being hyperbolic, but yeah, RDJ never looked over 6, but he's only like 4. So movie magic. I genuinely liked that movie a lot. I don't even remember what movie I brought up a second ago, but it was probably an okay one. Tokyo. Oh, wait, no, you're talking about, I think Andrew was catching up on the War of the Rohirrim. Yeah, no, I know you did, and that's why I am advertising it to everybody. No one but Ming-Na. No, see, okay. I want to cast Ming-Na Wen in everything because she's amazing. She looks great all the time, but this sort of goes to, there's nothing against Ming-Na. I just genuinely think you need somebody with a younger vibe, like a younger spirit to be Sarah. At least if you're starting from, if you're trying to do like a really close adaptation of those Witchblade comics, you got to start with somebody who's a little younger, a little more hot-headed. Because if I got Ming-Na Wen as Sarah, she'd be great. The performance would be awesome, and the action, of course, would be great. But if I saw, Ming-Na Wen in a storyline about, whoa, you just got on the Force, 2 years ago, and I'm going to have your badge if you keep this up. I would go, she's like, I actually don't know how old she is, but I'll say like, she's like 50. She just joined the police force, like, and she's still acting like, very weird. So all of it has to work together. Tokusatsu Witchblade, I mean, that's kind of what the anime was, but we should absolutely get more of those. Ming-Na Wen at 50 looking younger than your average 25-year-old. Oh, yeah, no, she looks fucking great all the time. I just think you need... I don't believe Ming-Na as somebody who's, like, brash, Like, she's always, like, that cool... She's Agent May. She's Fennec Shand. She's Mulan, for God's sake, right? Like, so I just can't see her being the kind of character who would run into situations without thinking and then, like, get trapped in the Witchblade mess, if you will. But yeah, that's what I have for that casting. Now, let's see. Can I go back to... Well, it's already gone, but we can at least bring this up. Volume Dealer, brought this up earlier. He says, I have been watching What If. He also gave it a giant list of not compliments. What do you call it? Criticisms, detractions. And look, here's the thing. I have genuinely never. Where do we? Because I want to bring up this stupid, awful scene, but whatever. We'll just bring this crap up. So I've never been a fan of this What If series, and the reason for that is, one, I think it looks fucking insanely ugly. This weird wannabe hyper realistic. Like, here, where's a person? Just show me, like, Sam. There's Sam. He's behind a computer screen. That doesn't work. Okay, maybe I need to pull up a different clip then. Fine. Fucking fine. Here we go. I don't know what clip this is. We got a little baby Thanos. It's from Disney. I think Storm's in this one, right? Yeah. Storm, Captain Carter. I don't know what this is, really stupid. But so this like art style, this really semi-realistic, semi-rotoscope, don't really care. Like, I hate this animation style because it never looks good. And at least in the context of What If, it makes me feel like they did it because animation is for babies and lame and only kids like that. So we want our viewers to, you know, they're real media connoisseurs. So let's give them realistic animation. But it's just so half-assed and so awful. And it's just like, give us real animation. People like anime, right? Like, we don't have to try and trick people into watching this production. So that's always been like one of my big problems with it. The other big problem I've had is that the premise of the show is terrible because I think we've talked about this before, but when we go What If, right? Those old comics, the whole point of those so DC and Marvel always had like different ways of doing this, right? DC had Elseworlds, which was more akin to what Marvel is doing with the What If show, where it's sort of like, what if Batman was a pirate? What if Superman was a Russian? What if, you know, Batman became Green Lantern? So those are more just sort of like hypothetical scenarios. Marvel's comics, those What If comics, were always differences in time, different branches in time. So they would always focus on one event and say, what if it played out different, right? What if the Fantastic Four didn't have the ultimate nullifier? What if Spider-Man never gave up the symbiote costume suit? So that was the sort of appeal, was this alternate take on the events we already know. This show doesn't do that. This show has maybe had one episode that was based on that premise. And unsurprisingly, it's my favorite one. It's from season 1, and it is like, what if Earth's mightiest heroes never assembled? And what it is that it gives this alternate reality where, as we know it now, when Hank Pym was Ant-Man and he was fighting for S.H.I.E.L.D., he lost Janet over the ocean when she was disabling the missile. We know she went to the quantum verse, but as all he knew, she was dead. In the movies, as we know it now, he holds on to that pain. He tries to move forward. He's not really great at it. He stumbles through his relationship with Hope, and he kind of like locks himself in and becomes a curmudgeon until Scott, you know, breaks in, steals the suit, and sort of gives him a new lease on life. And then Hope does that as well. In that episode, instead of that, he goes, fuck this. I'm going to kill everybody. I'm going to get revenge on S.H.I.E.L.D. for taking the love of my life. So he dons the yellow jacket armor and he kills Hawkeye, Black Widow, Nick Fury, Thor, Captain America, Hulk. He takes them all out. Or not Nick, because at the end, Nick has to like strike a deal with Loki to stop him. And I was like, that's interesting. That's an actual alternate like scenario. We really don't get that anywhere else. Like, here, what if the Avengers drove mechs? What if Howard the Duck and Darcy had a baby? These are like anthology stories that you would put in like it's the Marvel April Fool's like special, and it's 64 pages and you got 9 different stories. This is not a what if thing. So all of it just feels really lazy, really childish, really just, again, they don't want to be here. Marvel doesn't want to be doing an animation series. They think this is for dumbasses. They think you're an immature twat if you like animation. None of this is respectful to you as a fan, nor is it respectful to the actual source material. And I mean, don't even get me started on how all of their seasons devolve into the same Captain Carter saves the fucking day. So like, I've never been a big fan of the series. I've watched it because I have to for work. I actually haven't watched any of these yet because why? I don't know. I feel like nobody really cares to hear about what's bad and what if anymore. So my heart goes out to you, Volume Dealer. I genuinely don't know why you are sticking with it. But good luck, I guess. Volume Dealer says, so much diversity, aka no white males. So, okay, I'm gonna use this question as sort of like a leap off point, right? So, on one hand, I get what you're saying. But on the other, I've started to see this argument raised a lot more as we've gone forward, which is, oh, there are no white men or there are no white people in this series. They're racist. That means they're racist against white people. Oh, that white guy in that one shot was the angry guy. That means they hate white people. I can't ever really get behind this rhetoric unless it's somebody who's a super ideologue and we know, and they come out and they're just like, yes, that's what I'm doing. Talking about like an Ava, what's her name? Ava, the woman who was going to do New Gods with Tom King and that Ava DuVernay, right? Like an Ava DuVernay would do that, or a Leslie Headland would do that. So unless it's somebody like that, in those cases, I go, yeah, I can see it. But I can never really just get behind seeing like a white guy being bad or being, or like a cast lacking white people, because that was the same argument they always level, the neo-leftists would level at us. Like, oh, there's no black guy in this scene. You are all racist. You don't like black people. Oh, the black guy was the guy who got caught by Spider-Man in the scene. You're all like racist against black people. I didn't agree with that sentiment then. I don't agree with it going in the reverse against white people, right? Context matters a lot. Now, in terms of this, I'm sure there are probably no white male characters. Well, I know Hulk's in it, like whatever, but that's because that's just kind of where Marvel is right now. They're not going to promo any straight white male characters because they don't got any. They've got Doctor Strange, but in What If, he's a villain. They've got Ant-Man, who maybe he'll show up in an episode, and they've got Spider-Man. That's really maybe Thor if they remember, but who wants to touch Thor after Love and Thunder? So like, we could have a talk about like, oh yeah, they're really banking on their like diversity hires, but just seeing like no white people or a white person be angry or be bad, I never really agree with that, because then we have to go back, and if we're being honest, intellectually honest, we have to give credence to everybody who said, oh, there are no black people in this video game or this anime. It's racist. And it's like, no, that's just not what it is. Sometimes there are cards that have been dealt. Sometimes there are creative directions. Sometimes there are people who really are going for that, but it's never so easy as just going, oh, I don't see a white guy. No, you're racist against all of us. Because, yeah, it can be turned on us, and we spent so long trying to, disprove that. Just having showing a character in a negative light or a person in a negative light does not have to automatically mean racial commentary. For example, I was talking to a friend earlier this week, and they were talking about the James Gunn trailer for Superman. And I love my friend to death. She's amazing. But I kind of really disagreed with the take she was giving, because she's like, oh, look at all the people yelling at Superman. They're white. Look at the one guy who throws a can at him. He's white. This has to be, we know James Gunn's taking an anti-white swing. And I'm going like, I don't see that, because one, the entire mob is filled, like the guy closest to the camera when Superman's walking away is a black guy. Yes, the one guy who throws the can is a white guy, but are we going to have a Benetton ad all throw like a can so Superman gets hit by like 14 different cans at once? Like, these things don't happen. And then I kind of got really perturbed with her argument, because, if she's one of those people, like if your argument is that she's one of the people who's like, America is primarily white, of course it is, and she's right. But if that's the case, then you have to acknowledge that if you're going to have crowd scenes of angry people in America, you're going to have angry white people. That's just how it is, right? And so, like, she and I was just, so all of this sort of line of thinking, portraying one person of a race in a bad light is not racist. Portraying a group shot that happens to have a majority of one race in it is not inherently racist. Things like, this is something we can talk about, right? In this world, Riri is the savior of this world episode. Are you talking about whatever one we're looking at here? So that's it. Like, that's a different conversation. That's the elevation of your diversity characters over everybody else because they're diverse. You're putting them up on a pedestal. You're not necessarily denigrating everybody else in doing that, but you're going, hey, look at how great Riri is. Not only is she the smartest ever, but she's also the savior of the world, right? So, and that could be a possibility too, Volume Dealer. But again, all of these things don't necessarily or inherently make things woke or racist or anti this or that. We always, to keep ourselves honest and to make sure that so like, here's the thing. For example, with bounding, it would be really easy and I could get a lot of clicks if I just made up the most bombastic shit about everything I read. If I took the most uncharitable look at James Gunn's trailer or the latest issues I read, I could, fan the flames of rage and I could find something on these bents to always get mad about. But then if somebody were to go, okay, let's look at let's say a neoliberal in Hollywood goes, okay, let's maybe just look at the other side of what they're saying. If they turn over and they see that we're just lying and yelling and being mad about things that aren't, and we're not being consistent, that gives them all the freedom to go, we don't need to listen to them, period. But if we're honest, if we say, we acknowledge these things, we also recognize these things, it makes it harder for them to write us off because they'll go, oh no, we can ignore them. And people will go, why? And they'll go, because I said this, this, and that. What's wrong about any of that? You know what I mean? So to me, there probably were a lot of women who worked on this show. That's a big demographic in animation right now. They did elevate Riri to savior because they're always trying to push her. Those things I can, get behind and say that probably had a lot of influence. But just a crowd scene of seeing an angry white guy or just seeing no white guys around, that's never really going to spark me, right? Like, that's not just ever something I personally can ever really find the energy to get into. I was offended by the white dog dragging Superman by the cape. What is this white on white violence that James Gunn is trying to promote to us, right? I mean, even the snowfield was white, Josh. What is he trying to say? Timon got me, thank God, Duvernay. And it was thanks to you that I was able to read it. Yep, Punk's right there with me. I like the series, but the animation was awful. I bet I would probably be a little more open to it if it didn't look so terrible. Like, there was some okay stuff in the very first season. Season 2 got really whack, and the ending of it was kind of embarrassing, because again, the ending of season 2 ruins the MCU because Captain Carter gets the Infinity Stones and she one-shots Thanos. She one-shots like 18 Thanoses, and she has no side effects from infusing the gems into her armor and using them like Tony did. It's a complete shit show in that second season when it comes to its writing. Sakura Amita says, MCU, what if, like, Hasbro Power Rangers abandoned its source materials? It's kind of what we're seeing. On that note, this is just a quick thing. I don't know the veracity of this. I've seen the rumor floating around on Twitter, and I haven't had the time to delve into it myself. But apparently, Kevin Feige... So apparently, the What If writers proposed a fucking episode. What if the Rocketeer fought alongside Captain America? Because Disney currently owns like the screen rights for the Rocketeer. I am a giant Rocketeer fan. He was the most influential hero to me before Spider-Man and Mega Man, and I would have lost my goddamn mind if that would have happened, right? But Kevin Feige said, no, we got to have a really awful episode about Howard the Duck and Darcy giving birth. The one with Black Panther with Star-Lord instead of Peter Quill was my favorite episode. That one was okay, but that one was still... That one I'm like torn on because they did do the difference in scenario. So it was like instead of Yondu abducting Quill by accident, he abducts T'Challa by accident. Unfortunately, the subsequent writing for that story, like, it just made T'Challa into Peter Quill. So like he was just Star-Lord again, kind of the same Star-Lord. It's just fine. I liked seeing Thanos as like a good guy on the Ravagers team, but it was one of all in all, I think that episode for me is like a half and halfer. Volume Dealer says the Agatha and Kingo episode was 1940s Hollywood. Howard Stark is totally skinny and fruity. I also saw here. Okay. Hollywood. What if? Where is this stupid? There is a scene. Why did that open? Hold on, let me go to Twitter because this is something I do need to yell about because it's like, really, Marvel? You're a bastard. Spencer, can you scroll the chats? I can't scroll them over here, but I'm seeing them over here on my end, and I can scroll up and down on those ones. And don't worry, I see your comment. I gotta find the right way to slot it in. Where is this? What if? Yeah. Maybe that'll just be easy enough to find it. Media. So we got we need to watch like the specific clip because I'm not gonna say it right. Hey, that's funny. Look at this, guys. Look at this. So I went onto Twitter to look for this clip, and I searched "what if" and I went to the media tab, and I'm scrolling down. Hey, who's that in the middle there? Who's that? It's Cider. Hey, what's up, buddy? But let's see. That is just. We're totally getting like dinged off. Okay, whoopsies. Forgot I don't have safe search on because that blocks a lot of stuff, and that's like a Psylocke butthole just like sitting here on the screen. Let's see what you got, YouTube. Let's see if you've got me. So while this does that, we're gonna go back here to Twitter in a window that's not on screen. I saw that Volume Dealer, the reappearance of White Vision, and I saw that. It's either Riri or Shuri or one of the Wakandan chicks. She like takes on Vision's armor onto herself and like integrates it into her own tech, and it's just like there's some implications there that I don't know if you guys really thought about all the way through. Damn it! I know I saved this video. Let's see. What if I wish I could search like the audio in a video clip, right? Because then that would be instant. There's more what if stuff here. What if maybe I do what if Hollywood, and that'll give me that. If I don't find it on this search, I'll shut the hell up and we'll get back to the actual discussion. And you will not. I will just recap what the hell I'm talking about. Dang, I think I am just gonna have to recap what I'm talking about. And unfortunately, I don't have. I haven't watched the episode yet, so I don't have all the context, but I know the context of like this one specific scene. It would have worked a lot better if I could have shown you guys. Oh, well, let's see. Maybe it's in this clip and it's not. So basically the Hollywood episode that Volume Dealer brought up is, like what if Agatha was in 1940s Hollywood? Again, not a what if scenario, just a story. But there's a scene in it, and I don't know what leads up to it, where I think it's like Howard and Agatha Agatha and Kingo are like walking out of a production studio, and Howard is like, no. It's like Howard and Agatha are walking out, and a director or a producer comes out, and he's like, what? Where are you going? Like, we gotta, like, we're in the middle of filming the finale. And Howard goes like, oh, like we've done 400 times. What's the point? What are we going to do? Just add more explosions or whatever? And he sort of, or like a big action scene. Is that really worth it? And it's this moment where they try to lampshade, so lampshading is this thing that people will do where they'll, in a show, if something is off, they'll like highlight it by putting a lampshade on it. But that's supposed to be like the joke about it is like, like the joke here is Marvel does that. They reshoot all their shit. They reshoot Brave New World. All they do is add action that nobody really wants to look at, and we criticize them for that. So they're trying to highlight that and lean into the joke, but it's like, no, it's not funny. When we're calling you out for something like that is like a genuine dip in your actual effort, then like sorry, I got distracted because all my windows started popping up. It's like, if you recognize it's a problem, don't just make a joke about it. It's not funny to us. We're mocking you. You can't lean into the joke and say, hey, we're in on it too, because it's like, you can fix it. You have the power to fix it. Sakura says, my fan fiction, what if Jennifer Walters got hit by Gamma Bomb, would have been a better idea than MCU writers. Exactly, because that's a different actual scenario. That's a moment in time where we know how it goes. Let's see how it happened in a different timeline. But see, if you were an MCU writer, you would have just done, what if Hawkeye became the Hulk? Not even the Gamma Bomb, just what if he became the Hulk? That's what you're sort of like sitting on there. But the reason I pulled this up, there's that police chase we were talking about earlier. Oh my God, my computer is freaking the fuck out. And it's really like, I'm getting kind of frustrated over here. Oh, I don't want any of your weird videos. Can you please just give me one stupid clip? Okay, so this was the moment where I was like, I am done with this entire season, or like, I have no interest in the season, because one of the big things they were promoting this season was, guys, guess what? We're getting a Mecha Gundam, anime episode in the next What If. And again, just a story scenario, not an actual what if question, but more to the point, it's sauceless. This is what I mean, where like, the people working on this don't really care about what they're working on past a surface level observation. It's kind of like if you asked Elon Musk to write a mecha, like an anime mecha episode for this show. It's a very surface level understanding of what everybody wants to see, of how things work. And it's just immensely embarrassed by itself to actually lean into its source material. I agree with this. The Hulk Abomination Godzilla looked good. What? This is just... Fuck you, dude. This is... Here, is this going to show me what the hell I want? No, because it's already, like, done. I need to... Where's the suit up? Like, I need the fucking Link scene. And I know I'm getting angry, but guys, like, my computer is shitting its pants right now, and I'm not enjoying it. But so, if we watch this is the suit up scene for the mech, where, we see this a lot. If you're a Sentai watcher like me, you see this all the time. If you watched Power Rangers once before, oh my God, it's not even the entire fucking sequence. Oh my God. 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 So I need more than the trailer, Punk. It's like an actual clip that was in one of the episodes. Let's see. No, like, the episode came out and now everybody's just sharing random clips, but I need the, like, suit up thing. You know what? I know who's going to have it. I can always go to shout out. We talk about him all the time. Exalted Speed on Twitter. I know this guy is always commenting on all of this stuff, and I will always be able to find what I need from his feed. I just need to scroll for a second. So while we scroll and while I look at this, Josh says, Captain America, the First Avenger was kind of a Rocketeer spinoff. Same director, same visuals. I'm making it canon. It's a spinoff. And I am right there with you. I've always kind of held that. That's my headcanon. And so, like, it's okay. What I want to say is, like, just imagine what if we got that. What if? Like, that would have been quality. That would have made me excited. I would have been like, oh, you're actually doing things, Marvel, instead of just what these I haven't used this term in a long time, but all of these, like, what if scenarios are equivalent to, like, a bar joke, right? So what I used to, we haven't really used this term a lot because, like, Marvel isn't putting out so much stuff right now, and they've kind of learned to angle away from it. But you have the episode. Well, I probably will go to the Pakistani shop after this and get the episode, because this is like the first time I haven't had one of the things we were talking about just sitting around on my computer ready to go. But Dang, now I don't even remember what I was saying to Josh about Rocketeer. But yeah, like I love Rocketeer. That would have made me actually hyped to watch an episode, but it's fun. And so I'm not even surprised Kevin Feige said, no, we're not doing that. Right, exactly. Imagine the Rocketeer actually going into... What the fuck? Are we here? I have no idea if I'm still here. My computer is freaking out again, pissing me off, all that fun stuff. I think I am here because Timon's comment came through. Yeah, imagine the Rocketeer going into World War II and finding Steve. That would have been fantastic because for those of you who don't know, a lot of the Rocketeer stories are immediately post World War II in that like rebuild the golden era of Hollywood of America. And yeah, he never actually himself goes into combat or into like World War combat, if you will. You are not here. I'm here. LOL. Okay, wait. Hopefully I'm here. Hopefully. Let's go to the studio. Studio.youtube.com. And content. Live. Says we're still live. Go to the YouTube channel. All right, it looks like we're good. Looks like we are back. All right, cool. You are there. Thank you, Timon. Now let's keep looking for this thing. But yeah, Rocketeer never really deployed into World War II. He was always right in the golden era of America, like that post World War II era. So no, that would have been really, really interesting and actually like something I would have wanted to watch. Instead, we get this awful stuff. So you're alone here. No, everybody come back. I have no idea why. Did everybody abandon us, Timon? Is it just us hanging out now? Which is fine. I'll hang out with Timon forever. Crazy talk. No, I always talk to you all the time. You know that. Let's see at Kabuto Studios. Let's just see if anybody actually is here. What is going on with that? We've still got 8 here. That's what it says. Yeah, see, there's Josh. All right, we are all good. We are okay. Back at Tolkien. Don't need this, but I did finally found the clip I wanted to watch. So let me pull that into our correct window real quick. And let me see what Josh had to say. All right. Josh says, okay, what if scenario? Steve Rogers is about to put the plane with the nukes in the water. He is spotted by the Rocketeer who saves his life, and Captain America and the Rocketeer team up during World War II. I'll do you one better. Keep all of that scenario. But instead of Rogers being in the plane with the nuke, like crashing it down, we go back to the original way. Because remember, in the comics, it's like that one-man plane drone that him and Bucky get on, and then it like they disable it and it blows up, but that's what knocks him into the water. Have all that. Bucky still falls off first, but when Steve blows up, that's when you have the Rocketeer come in like, shoom, like, Captain, I can't believe you almost went down, or something like that. Guys, we could fix Marvel in like 3 days. It's not that hard. I think, I know Timon proposed it, I believe, a session where we all sort of hang out with you guys on stream, you know, get guests on here, and we sort of remap Marvel and try to you know, give our own ideas, our own scripts of how to fix things and have fun with that. I think it was Timon who said that, but I've been thinking about it for a while. I really want to do it. So we'll see where the world goes. But here's like, this is what I'm talking about. They go, oh, let's make a mech episode. But nothing about this really understands what mecha anime is, what makes it exciting. Like, it is, like I was talking about before, it feels like everybody who was doing this is super embarrassed that they have to be working on animation, on mecha, on anything like this. It is sauceless is the best way. Soulless, sauceless. It's like, I think, I don't know if this equivalence came across before we got knocked that last time, but it's sort of like what I was saying with Elon Musk. The people who are doing this don't really care about mecha or anime or what all of that is. They see the product, they see that it's popular, and they go, what if we do that? And they did. But notice how none of this is like a mecha. There's no big focus on everything like, you know, think of like, so here, we'll watch this again. I want you all to take it in. We'll go. So we have all of their individual mechs. They fly into the air. They do this really stupid, like, let's all link up sort of, like sequence. And the thing you'll notice the most is they really, really focus in on the characters. They keep going back to, you know, Sam, to all the pilots. They let them all quip. And if you watch like a regular mecha anime, when these things happen, or like when the mecha transforms, they don't do that. There's no cutting back to the pilots and hearing their commentary. It is just, like, sorry, I got distracted, but it's like there's no commentary. It's just, we are showing off the mecha because we know that's what people are here for. We want to show off the designs. We want to show off everything. And like, this doesn't have that. This just basically goes like, we know this is a mecha thing, but you're really here for like the MCU part, right? You really want to see Red Guardian. And for comparison, and like this Twitter user, oh, this was so cool. It's not, because we watched that, and maybe some of you watching right now think that's cool. Check this out. This is from Gao Gaigar, and this is its transformation scene, or the genetics transformation scene. So, like, notice how we're focusing a lot on how the mech parts itself are coming to be, all of this crazy energy, all of this crazy styling. We've even got like 6 different things linking up, but we're not cutting back and forth to somebody commenting constantly. Oh, I hit the button. Like, we get all the Genesec machines, they're all ready to go, and then they start rushing in, and they're all explosive. We're really highlighting each individual ship itself. We got Broken Gao, we've got Straight Gao, and you're not cutting back to, you know, here's Gadget Gao. We didn't cut into the cockpit to see Gadget Gao's pilot going, oh yeah, let's go. We get one all right from the pilot of the Gar. And then look at all of this. This is all based on the mechas. We see them actually transforming and turning and sliding because we know that's what we're here for. This is the excitement, not the fact that the pilots who are inside are having a blast. It just doesn't work. All of this right here has 5,000 times more sauce than anything we just watched out of What If. You can see where What If was like, oh, you do this in a mecha transformation sequence, but they don't understand why you do it, right? We talk about this a lot when we watch movies, and they're like, you've probably heard the term, like, the movie is happening because that's what happens in a movie. That's what If is. They come up with an idea, and they go, you do this because that's in it. You, like, for example, we'll wait for the transformation to finish, because it is legitimately so fucking cool. Boing, boing. Mask down, eyes up, crest out, baby. Let's go. Let's go. So like the main one. So like, look right here. Oh yeah, the treads. All of the drills are going off. This is showing off the mech. If we go back to the tweet. Hey, that's not what I want. How do I go back to that tweet? Oh yeah, it's already in this window. So like, if we go back to this tweet. Specifically, shut up. There's this really early shot when they start of Sam's mech where his, like, you'll see the arm, like, gears pop out as it, right here, right? That, we saw that, that's what we see here at the, where, did I back out of it again? Did I do the thing? I've lost it! Oh no. So we're gonna just go and search it here again, because Gao Gaigar, and go, that's not the one I was doing, right here. So you saw how What If went, oh, we got to show the internals, right? It's because right here in a mecha anime, that's what they do right there. That shot of the internals like linking together, that's what they're trying to go for, but they don't understand that why this shot works is because we are the angle, the way it's framed, we are heralding the arrival of the arm to lock in. It is making that an event. Over here, it's just, that's the next step you do. There's no reverence given to it. It doesn't feel powerful. It just feels like, all right, put on the new suit. It doesn't feel exciting. There's no energy here. There's just nothing. And I mean, it's even worse because there's fucking Simu Liu and his stupid Shang-Chi and his goddamn 10 rings. But yeah, so that's really what I wanted to talk about with What If, because this episode alone was enough to kill all of my interest in this season, and everything I'm seeing subsequently has killed my interest in this season. Disaster piece. Just overall 1,000% disaster. Yeah, exactly, Timon. Those mecha sucks. Yeah, Punk was still here. I knew it. And then, yeah, assemble time. Full mecha sequences instead of cutting back and forth, right? And then, yeah, Josh kind of hits it on the head. What If is made by normies for normies. It's for reaction channels who became fans yesterday. 1,000%. I mean, you guys had to have seen that when I was trying to, here, let's go back. Like, when I went here to find the clip, look, that's all that comes up. Ending explained, recap, season clip, discussion. That whatever that one video I clicked was like a girl captioning the thing as it went on, moment by moment. Reaction. Shut up, I don't care. Like, mechs actually makes sense. How about you shut the fuck? You know, oh my god, I'm going to like crap my pants.
Giant fight. You know, for the longest time, I thought that mechs, giant fighting robots didn't make sense, because if you purpose-built them for the military, then they would be very expensive to make, and...
Oh my god! I fucking hate dorks like this. This is the dork who goes, you guys all know wrestling is fake, right? It's like, no shit, dude. We know. But we can suspend our disbelief and put ourselves in this world. Gundams, they have the money to make Gundams. Whatever. We don't need a full Wikipedia dissertation on every industrial mining company that exists in the Gundam world. Like, shut the fuck up. Anybody who... I hate this new level of fan who's like, I like mecha anime, but not mecha anime, right? Like, again, it's the fan of being fans of things. They really want you to know that I'm a fan of this. They want the clout, the popularity that comes from current thing, but they don't really ever want to engage with it. They just want to surface level hang on to it and let you throw money at them. Right, exactly. They got to get people that love giant robots. Punk says he's never heard of mecha anime. Okay, well, I don't even have a good joke because I feel like that's a joke on its own. Now I want to just make a bunch of like his power comes from Allah Super Saiyan jokes, right? Like those are some of my favorite memes, like the Dragon Ball Islam memes, like these ones. They're hilarious to me. Like, yeah, that's what you made me think of. Made me laugh. And yeah, Timon, I'm right there with you. I hate videos that start with, did you know that in blah, 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 blah. They're almost always wrong, too. Andrew has this, yeah, exactly, with old info or something basic as fuck. Or even wrong. Like, Andrew has this guy that he keeps harassing me with, and that's the right term to use. He's some comic book YouTuber, but he does a lot of shorts. And Andrew will always send me the ones he does on The Flash, and they're always so wrong, and they're always so off base that it just... I don't even have an argument for Andrew. I just go like, I'm going to crap my pants. Like, get out of my face. What if Toei owns Marvel instead of Disney? Could have been a different world. Honestly, okay, this is probably a more serious answer than anybody was expecting, but I like the little thought experiment. If Toei owned Marvel instead of Disney, we'd probably be getting a lot more... well, like merchandise, a lot more things that are truer to like what the Marvel comics are. The comics would probably be in a lot better state just because they would be more focused on like, that's a Spider-Man comic. Tell a Spider-Man story, not a random, therapy story. So that would be great. It would be interesting to see that world where all the Marvel stuff went more tokusatsu than Hollywood, like MCU. Not saying one would be better or worse than the other, because obviously we all like early MCU stuff. That would just be like the biggest interesting difference. I would be really worried though at Toei. Their work conditions aren't great, as with most places in Japan. So that's not like a specific thing. I just want animators and everybody in those industries to be like have better work conditions and pay. So fix that, and I would be like, yeah, 100% way better ownership than Disney. Yeah, Sakura says, what if comics, modern what if comics weren't that good? Well, here's the thing. They're not, and that's because they abandoned that idea of like, what if we take a different route on something? All of the things now, for example, the next What If series that's coming out is what if blank was the Herald of Galactus. Here, AIPT, what if Galactus? I don't want that one. I need, yeah. Shout out to AIPT, by the way, probably the best comic book news site because they just do the news. There is no Rich Johnson editorializing. It is just, here's a preview, here's a talk, let's roll. But, wait, is this for the Gambit one? I don't want just the Gambit one. I need... Okay, yeah, so this is their next thing that they've got coming for What If. What if Galactus transformed Hulk? What if Galactus transformed Gambit? What if Galactus transformed Moon Knight? Rogue? Spider-Gwen? I feel like I missed one of them. Nope, that's all of them. So like this is what they're doing now. It's what I was criticizing, right? This is not what if Spider-Gwen, went in like had a different path in life. This is just what if this story happened to Gwen. You could have probably just done this in Earth 616 and it wouldn't have been a what if story. So all of them have gotten really lazy lately. Nobody really wants to play with the alternate moves, and it's a bit of a bummer because we have a lot of stuff now. I think the last time a what if comic actually delved into alternate takes was like late 2008. So we've had a lot, 16 years of stuff that you could draw from and pick from and might be cool. Pardon me. Yeah, Avengers versus Sentai would be something I would love to see someday. Unfortunately, closest thing we probably get is like that Disc Wars anime, which is still really, really good. I liked that anime. Spider-Man and B-Fighters, don't you dare play with my heart like that, Timon. That sucks. I want that more than anything. I love B-Fighters. Yeah, the one where Gwen survived and Spidey died falls flat. They're just not inspired anymore. They don't do those scenarios, and yeah, What If kind of sucks now. The show sucks. The comics suck. The potential is still there for the idea, but we need somebody to kind of like finagle us all back in that direction. All right, let's see. With that, we are hitting the like 3.5 hour mark at this point, which I knew because I wanted to hang out with you guys for a little longer. We were having lots of good talks, but it is Friday night. You all probably have things to get, to do, to hang out with, to play, to watch, to read. So in the interest of not taking up your entire night, let's call it where we are. We will, whoa, why is my camera so far up? We will say goodbye for tonight's stream. Obviously, we didn't hit a lot of the topics I wanted to talk about, but I'm happy for that because I wanted you guys to, I just wanted to hang out with you guys tonight. I had no planned topics. Main thing I was going to talk about was Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Long story short, guys, we'll probably get into it next show, but that movie is amazing. If you have not seen that movie, go see that movie right the hell now. I legitimately cried in the sense that it was like watching my childhood come to life on the screen. I love that movie. I cannot wait for the Blu-ray release of it. Yeah, I know, Josh. That's what I'm trying to get to right now. So, fine, Josh. Fine. We'll add to this 3 hours of awesomeness, right? And we'll talk about Sonic really quick. What do we want to talk about with Sonic? Let's bring up... I know what visual we can look at. While we talk about Sonic. Sonic. He's gotta go fast, new Hedgehog. Okay. By the way, this is obviously going to be a spoiler talk, so if you have not watched the movie yet, I highly recommend either muting us for a couple minutes or... Yeah, see... Fuck you, Josh. Okay, fine. In avoiding spoilers, I will just try and find a nice, safe trailer for us to pull up on screen and and have hanging up there. No, shut up. Don't owe me. We already are here. We've already done it. We're just getting into it. We're getting into it. I just got to find a good visual for us to hang out on so that you guys are not super, super bored all the time. Phew. Let's go with that one. If things weren't being like delayed and slow, things would be nice, but fuck off, YouTube. I know, Punk. I know we've been going for so long, but now Josh called my bluff, and I can't. When it's him calling my bluff, I can't not respond. Again, don't you remember that whole thing about me being competitive earlier on? So, long story short, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, a cinematic adaptation of the Sonic Adventure 2 story. It's amazing. It is the best one of the trilogy, in my opinion. It handles all of the character. Its pacing is phenomenal. It uses every character in just the right way, in just the right amount of time. Nobody overstays their welcome. No, there's no excessive human scenes. Every human scene works. They don't linger, and they go. There is probably one bit of pacing that I really disagree with, and that is during the finale. They intersperse the finale with a fight between Dr. Robotnik and Gerald, and it kind of throws off the entire moment. To the point, guys, like, it throws off the moment so much that on Christmas Eve, instead of wrapping presents, I stayed up until 3:30 a.m. working on an edit of the finale that flowed a lot better, did some music changes, because I was like, we're so close to perfection with this movie. I still got my presents wrapped, but it was a very, very, very dumb decision for me to not actually get it on my wrapping. But aside from that, yeah, everything in this movie works. I am the biggest criticisms I have is there is that one little bit of weird pacing near the end. They sort of mix up the Sonic Adventure. Just a lot of the flow and pacing of the finale kind of gets a little weird. If Josh was here, he'd probably attest to it, because Josh was the reason I even made that edit. We were talking about the movie, and I was like, the ending would have been so much better if we did. I'm just going to show you. So I went and I made an edit of it. If you'd like to see it, it's pretty damn cool. I will share it in the Discord server. You guys can come check it out afterwards. Unfortunately, if I put it up on like YouTube or something, it would probably get struck immediately. And we're not monetized yet, but hey, that's what we're trying to get to. So let's not rock the boat unnecessarily. So yeah, there's a little bit of weird pacing issues near the end. It slightly yeah, just the flow is a little odd. Not bad, but it can be better. Yes, that's true. Well, obviously it's a recut of the ending, so it is spoilery. So if I will let you all know in the server. Do not worry. I will list it. I'll say, hey, this is what it is. I'm not going to trick you guys. I would never do that. But so there's that. The other big criticism I have is that it's not a big criticism. I feel like Keanu Reeves did good. He sounds great as Shadow, but he's also, you can just barely detect this hint of like tired. Like, you can tell he's getting up there in years. It's not detrimental, and he didn't ruin it. And ideally I would have liked to have seen Hayden Christensen come back as Shadow, because I think that would have been he's in that perfect age of like mid to late 30s. Yeah, I just thought that would have worked. Keanu sounds a little tired at times, but that his delivery works for the really emotional moments, because it does sound like he's trying to like pull from the heart and like push through something that's stuck in his throat. So your mileage may vary in that regard, but everything else, this is a fantastic family movie. This is a fantastic kids movie, teen movie, adult movie. Again, people might forget this because, yes, there is the Sonic fan community, the one that we all know, the super autistic ones that go buck wild for everything, or buck creepy for everything. A lot of people always go like, those are Sonic fans, but they forget that that's not. And like with Sonic Adventure 2, that game was a cultural phenomena. Everybody played it. So this is going to be one of those movies that, like, even, you know, your uncle who is like our age, like 35, maybe he doesn't play video games, maybe he's more into sports now, right? and you go, want to go see that movie based on Sonic Adventure 2? He'll be like, oh, hell yeah, I remember that game. That game was cool. Let's go see that movie. So it's already blowing Mufasa out of the water with good cause and good reason, because it's an original story movie thing, and not compared to like a prequel that nobody asked for to a remake that nobody asked for. So all in all, fantastic movie. Oh, the Chow Garden like reference was really cool. Yeah, like I could just keep going on and on about like, oh, I liked this moment, but all like at its base, absolutely loved this movie. Go see this movie. Again, probably my favorite of the trilogy. I genuinely am upset that the Academy Awards don't really recognize like comedy or physical performances or anything, because I genuinely 100% believe that Jim Carrey should win some sort of award for his performances here, because that man, there is no other Ivo Robotnik. That man absolutely is Robotnik, and he should deserve all of that credit. Josh says no Olive Garden though. Well, did you notice that one time? Oh, I'll tell that to you afterwards, because I just realized it's a spoiler. But yes, no Olive Garden. They go to the Chow Garden instead. That's too bad. Punk says he's never been a Sonic fan. If you are open to him, I would genuinely try to give the live action movies a shot, because I think they do a fantastic job of bridging the gap between like a video game audience and a casual viewing audience. Plus, it does a really good job of like the first movie's kind of hyper casual, but as we go through the trilogy, it starts leaning way more into its video game like origins and isn't embarrassed about it anymore. So everything sort of really clicks when we get to that regard, right? So go see this movie. If you had Sonic in your childhood at all, like I assume most of us have, if you're hanging out with us on this show, you will not be disappointed. I'm excited to see what comes next. Shout out to Tyson Hess, who is a producer on the movie. He has a cameo on the movie. He is a longtime Sonic the Hedgehog property franchise artist. Most recently, you guys would probably have seen him in or his work on the cover for Sonic the Hedgehog number 75. He did a very beautiful variant cover, but unfortunately, it is not a spot foil, and it really bothers me that it's not a spot foil, because I'm pulling it up, guys. Don't worry, I'm going to show you, but I'm like, this is made for a spot foil. Also, like, it's an incentive cover, so it's already like $50 out the gate before there was even any speculation. So just go all out. Why not? But yeah, so he drew this cover. You might have seen it if you are in Andrew's Discord server. He was talking about that a couple weeks ago when it came out. But yeah, longtime Sonic the Hedgehog franchise artist. Shout out to him, because piece of Mavlore, he and I came up in the exact same video game, sprite, art, comic book communities when we were younger. He and I were in the same circles. We would talk. I've met him in person. He used to write our community letters because he is Mormon. And when he was on his mission trip, he would write us letters and let us know how he was doing. He's a fantastic guy, a fantastic artist. And to see him hit this peak, couldn't be happier. It's like, hey, look, one of us made it. And I believe my friend Jess, they also worked on this on the movie, but I don't know in what capacity they were, because I don't specifically know if they are like a company artist or like a freelance artist, but I know that they did work on a lot of Sonic stuff. So shout out to him. Shout out to you, buddy. He has a cameo in the movie. Not going to point it out because none of you are going to care because you don't know who he is. But all in all, just, yeah, like I said, I cried multiple times during this movie because it just was one of those moments where it's like, this is my childhood, and they did it. There's no insulting me. They showed up. So go see Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Go play Sonic Adventure 2, because I mean, even I reinstalled it, and I'm really afraid, guys, because it's got a Chow Garden, and I like those types of activities in games. They suck my life dry, and I feel like I'm about to lose all of my life all over again. I used to go crazy with the Chow Garden. Let's see. Timon says, my gift wrapping, not kidding. Niece got something inside a blender box and nephew got something inside a fried chicken delivery bag. Brother. When I say gift wrapping, I didn't say I was doing it well. This is literally the equivalent of what I do. Sometimes I try to do like paper, but it always ends up where like, oh, these, like what a box has 6 sides, right? Like, oh, these 5 sides all look amazing. And then you go to the back and it's like taped up and stapled, and I had to get like another piece of paper to wrap around it. I'm not good at it, but I still had to try and do it, like, right? Because I can't just, like, I did do, I gave like a Jersey Mike's bag, had one present in it. What I ended up doing actually was a lot of the presents I had didn't come in on time. So I printed out pictures of them and I made them trading card sized, and I put them in the like hard plastic holders, and I put those in boxes, and I gave them to like my parents and stuff. And I think that's really fun because they have no idea what size of the present it could be. Keep them guessing until the end. But no, I am not a good gift wrapper at all. Corey says, I still need to watch the first 2 Sonic movies, but I'll admit I'm more a Mario fan than Sonic. Completely valid. But even like, I'm not even taking this from like join the army, the Sega army, right? Like they're just fun movies. If you at all like Sonic the Hedgehog, or you're just looking to have sort of a really enjoyable, genuine time, check them out. I'm not going to denigrate anybody for not checking them out. I'm just saying, like, I want to spread the joy. I want to share the joy. So to get to Sonic the Hedgehog 3, you got to get to the first 2 movies. Timon, I had an SNES, so no Sonic for me. I did too. And here's how I got to play Sonic. My cousins from the Philippines, they had it. So when they would come visit for like the summers, they would bring it to my aunt's house and I would get to play it there. And then I've talked about this before, but I grew up super poor. So like I didn't have a lot growing up, but one of my friends was very, very like California, San Diego rich. So his mom would buy him all this shit. And I remember he would do this thing where he would be like, you can go through like my toy closet and take anything. Like, I don't really need a lot of that. Like he would keep the stuff he wanted like near his bed and stuff, but it was really cool. And one time he had his Genesis in there and I was like, can I have this? And he's like, oh yeah, I got the, it wasn't the Dreamcast. I think he got the 32X. So he's like, yeah, I don't really care about that. Have it. So I got that. I immediately ran out to like again, this is how poor I was, a nearby pawn shop with my mom. And I was like, oh, look, they do have Sonic 1, 2, 3 and Knuckles. Like, let's go. Played those for like ever. I don't think I did have, no, later on I got Streets of Rage. And that was like it. I really didn't play a lot, just mainly the Sonic the Hedgehog things. Yep. Oh, cool. Punk's gonna give them a shot. They are all on Paramount right now. Sonic 3 is in theaters, obviously, since it just came out. But yeah, all on Paramount Plus, along with the Knuckles television series, which isn't pivotal to the plot, but it's fun. You can spend some time with it. It's only like 6 episodes. You can throw it on in the background while you're cooking or something. Josh says they've possibly also been on Netflix. You know, let's do this. Where to stream Sonic movies? There will be 9. Look at that. Hulu, watch it, Peacock, Paramount, Amazon Prime. Looks like you can watch that pretty much everywhere. And that looks like those ones aren't even like rent. Like Google Play, Apple TV, Fandango, you'll rent. But these other ones, Hulu, Peacock, Paramount, Amazon, Roku. All free to watch Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh, man. See, Timon says me and my brothers got one SNES game per year. I didn't even get that. When I got my SNES, I got Mega Man X. What was the other thing I had? Fuck. Oh, the first 2 Donkey Kong Countries. Because like my mom bought it from one of her friends, like an older male in her corporate job who liked video games. He was getting rid of his SNES, so she bought it off of him. So we got the SNES, Donkey Kong Country 1 and 2, first Mega Man X, and then this is like the gem of all of my collections. He had the Super Scope and the only 2 games that used the Super Scope. So I got to play with those. That was it. I got to rent games occasionally, like Mega Man 7 and the other X's, but I mainly had to stick to that like core of about 6 games. Fantastic games. I'm really glad that was my like founding media, but yeah, you still got luckier than me. You still got to play more games. Oh, your dad did the choosing? Hey, at least he hopefully chose you good games. I mean, he made you, so I'm going to assume he at least has some level of taste. Josh says, I was on the other end, well-off family. I didn't get games because my mom didn't want us playing games. Oh, that's literally the opposite side of it. I have a few friends who were like that, and now they're like you. They're the other friends I go to, and I'm like, I got to splurge about video games. Sakura says, here's another what if. Let's get some other good visuals hanging out here, because we don't need to stare at the rental prices. We'll just go to the final shot of the Galgar. Go, Gygar! Whoosh. Here's another what if. What if Ultron went full Skynet? You know, like sent a killer robot to assassinate Captain America in World War II. That actually sounds pretty cool. I mean, it would be a disaster if you tried to build stories after that, like with all the time travel, but the idea of like have Ultron send them back to like Norse times too and kill Thor. Have him send it back to the Gamma Bomb and kill Hulk, right? Send it back to the circus and have him kill Hawkeye before he gets started. This idea is a little one. I will admit, like, this is one of the more cheesy ones to me, because it's like, what if this thing crossed over with this other thing? But I think it works. There's something about it that in my head, I'm like, this could really, really work, and I'm really behind it. Yeah, Sakura says, can't believe Sega Japan played themselves during Sega Saturn. That whole Sega Saturn, 32X, Mega Drive, Dreamcast era, it's the perfect example of that saying, like, the brightest stars burn out faster, because they were on top of the world. They had the better offerings of, like, Mega Man X games and the Mega Man 8 games, and they had Nights into Dreams, and they had Sonics, and then they just kind of didn't capitalize. We lost the Dreamcast. Honestly, bring back do a Dreamcast 2 right now and make it like free online, backwards compatible with stuff. Gangbusters. So to close out that Sonic talk, because I knew we still had this question, I just didn't get to it. Shinkai asked, what would you rather see first if they continued the movies long enough? Riders, Team Chaotic, The Knights, or Big and Froggy? Well, personally, just from a laughing, make myself jolly angle, I want to see Big and Froggy, because I like Big. I've got my friend and I, we used to always, my best friend and I, he and I would always, when we were kids, do the Froggy. Like, we would always talk to each other as Big. So he's got like the special place in my heart. So I'd like to see him, even if it's just like a cameo, right? Like Sonic's rushing through Station Square, and a gust of wind follows behind him, and everybody looks, and like Big the Cat is there, and he like is fishing or something, and he looks behind him. I'd be cool with that. In terms of story, I definitely think before we get into the Riders or even the Knights or any of the storybook stuff, gotta do Team Chaotix. You gotta have Vector, Charmy, SPO, because not only are they pretty popular, but they're also the last batch of relatively normal Sonic characters you can kind of tap into. Because then we start getting into Silver. We start getting into like Styx. We start getting into the daughter from Frontiers. I totally am blanking on her name. We start getting into the guys from Lost World or whatever that one was. So I think we start there. And again, what Sonic the movie franchise has done really well is sort of ease everybody into it. They're not throwing us all in there at once. It's really step by step. Let's make sure we don't scare them off, essentially, right? Like they're easing normies into the video game-ness of it. Because if you tried to like come out of Sonic 1 with full Green Hill Zone, moving things, bad nicks, all that, you would have lost a lot of the casual audience. And we wouldn't have been as successful, and we might not have gotten to 3. Or to a 3 that is so that they kind of went, go, you have full free reign to do whatever you want. So definitely think Team Chaotix. Then I would go Riders. I would do Knights. I would do the storybook stuff, honestly, as more Paramount Plus specials or miniseries, right? Like in the vein of Knuckles, because I think they're cool, and I really like I love the Black Knight aesthetic and all the stuff they do in that game. I just think trying to integrate all that stuff into the main plot of what they've got going on would get us into a really murky, like pre-crisis DC territory where you're having to tell everybody to jump between 700 different things to get the full story. But I'd be open to seeing all of them because I love all of them. But I love Team Chaotix a lot. SBO's always been my boy. Only one good games in 6 years, Mario World. At least we had a rental store nearby. Hey, Mario World though, that game, Super Mario. I had the I got like a present from another like family friend, the Super Mario World plus All Stars cart. Oh yeah, dude. Oh fucking yeah. Super Mario World, easily one of the best games of all time. I'm not even like that giant of a Mario fan. The way I view Mario is he is more of a vehicle for mechanics than he is an actual character. You could like if it weren't for the fact that we are visual creatures, you could do like a stick figure representation of Mario in like not even 8-bit sprite, like 1-bit sprites. And as long as everything played the same, you'd probably have genuinely a lot of the same experience, which is a good thing. I say that as a good thing. Remember, video games are games. If you wanted to see a story, go read a book. But even with that in mind in my head, I'm like, Super Mario World is fun. I love the music. I love all the mechanics. It gave the characters personality. I don't know. I'm a big fan of that one. Let's see. Yep. Sonic Prime, multiverse big. Get to it. I did read that there was supposed to be a cameo from Big the Cat in Sonic the Hedgehog 3 that would have been like, I forget where it takes place, but it would have seen Sonic and Knuckles and Tails. Oh, right before they get captured by like Eggman and they have to do the. You'll see if you watch the movie. I just realized I almost spoiled something, but there was supposed to be a shot where like they're going through this temple and a trap is triggered, but it's not like an actual trap. It just sort of is like it already had been used and now it's opening again, so it shows you the body of who it got like caught, and it was supposed to be big. And on one hand, I'm like, that's actually kind of a cute little cameo because I don't really know what you can do with Big the Cat. But on the other hand, I do think that even though I think that that's a funny little bit, I think it would have hurt. Like, even me, I would have been like, oh, but Big, I really wanted to see Big the Cat. Let's see. Punk says, did you watch the Hawkeye Disney Plus series? I did. It's one of the better ones, honest to God. I really like Jeremy Renner. I know people are opposed to her, but I've never had a problem with Kate Bishop. You know, even when they introduced her in the comics, she's always been a fine character to me. I am in love with Haley Steinfeld, so it was nice to see her again. Probably the best series that does the interconnection to the MCU best, you know, linking into all these other events, yada, yada, yada. The Kingpin stuff was kind of lame because they just didn't know what they were doing. But it's probably, if not for the first like 2 episodes of WandaVision, it's probably the strongest TV show Marvel has made so far. I really liked WandaVision before they revealed what it was, because I thought we were getting like Marvel Twin Peaks, just high strangeness, lots of wooey woo, but with superheroes. And then they were like, nope, it's just a weird thing. I don't even know how to describe it anymore. It sucked. But all right, Sonic Prime uses Big in the only way you could use him in live action, so it is possible, but they have to leave Earth to make it feel organic. Well, I don't know how they use them, but I have obtained copies of the Sonic Prime series, Josh, on your recommendation, so I'm sure I will find out very, very, very soon. But with that, we are running up on the 4-hour mark for this show, which again, not a big problem. I'm loving hanging out with you guys, but again, I know y'all got things going on. You have other streams you want to go watch. You have video games to play. You have honeys to text. So with that, we will call it for tonight. We will say, oh, okay. Before we call it, I can't believe I forgot to mention this, but this is a treat for everybody who's stuck around this far. So you've all probably noticed that I'm wearing a very odd looking shirt. Very, very not in my normal style, right? It's not a standard like workout shirt. It's not like a cool Uniqlo shirt. What you're looking at here, so for Christmas, my sister got me as a stocking stuffer this shirt. It is the movie poster from Multiverse of Madness. It is a very nice running shirt. You know, it's like wicking and all that stuff. But before I went out on my run today, I was looking at the shirt and I noticed something. I don't think they noticed this, but this clearly came from like a Chinese knockoff shop. And maybe some of you saw it when I was standing up a second ago. But check this. So we've got Doc, right? And we know how that movie poster goes. It shows us all the alternate futures that we're going to. So who do we have here? We have Baron Mordo. We have Doc Strange. We have the 1963 Doctor Strange. We have the original Captain America movie cap. We've got David Hasselhoff, Nick Fury. We have where's the other one? I think is it over here on my shoulder. Thomas Jane Punisher. So clearly a Chinese company just like Googled Multiverse of Madness poster, found somebody's fan art from before the movie came out and slapped it on the t-shirt, and nobody has noticed it. And so I don't like, if my sister ends up watching, like catching this last bit of the show, I love this. I think you did amazing. It makes me laugh. It makes me smile. I would want this more than a regular Multiverse of Madness shirt. But that was really the I think that's really all I had for you for tonight's show. Yeah, there you go. It's not a knockoff. It's another universe's legit Marvel brand. This is the Multiverse of Madness that they actually showed on like another Earth. Right, exactly, Timon. It's a better shirt for it. But that's why I'm wearing it. I really just wanted to show it off to you guys. Maybe you'll see the shirt again. Maybe not. It is kind of it's just a little noisy for wearing on a stream. Yep, see, knockoff infinitely better than the official one. I agree, Shinkai. I agree. My sister did accidentally the best decision ever. And then, yeah, Punk says Hawkeye is my favorite Marvel Disney Plus show. I believe Josh would probably be with you on that agreement. Like I said, if not for those first two, the promises of those first two episodes of WandaVision, I'd probably be right there with you. Loki was also like one of those disappointments because I thought that was going to be Loki going through time, kind of like the Exiles and like fixing timelines, but then they didn't really do anything with that and it wasn't fun. They had that one scene in the first episode where Mobius takes him to Pompeii and he tries to like warn everybody, but then Mobius is like, it's not going to work, and he teaches them that lesson, and then it's gone. And then it's just awful, and nobody cared about it past that. But yes, as Josh says, I like half the show and I hated the finale. Can't recommend it, but I can't say I didn't have fun with it. Biased Hawkeye fan here too. Yeah, or though. Exactly. Like, I'm not a big fan of the finale, but it does a lot of interesting stuff. It really does it does the best job of interconnecting itself with the MCU. And again, Haley, I'll be like Shamik Moore and be really weird and be like, Haley Steinfeld, why don't you marry me? Please just marry me. So, let me look at one thing real quick before we finally sign off. I just need to see how long this clip is, if it'll work for our purposes today. Perfect. It will. Please tell me I can find the actual fuller clip of it, but I guess not. Okay, I have the video, so I can. I think I didn't originally have this clip planned for us to go out on our last call for last minute news, but while we were talking, while we were having our conversations, it popped up in my head, and I'm like, this will be fun for us to close out the episode, close out the year, make it work thematically, if you will. So while I pull that up. Oh, that was the Lavender Town music from Pokemon. I was like, I know that. What the hell is that? And here I thought that the default one I always go to was Jurassic Park. But I guess not. So, trying to find the right folder where I can find this. I know it's in here. There it is. Again, we're probably already gonna get dinged because we were basically looking at pornography on Google image search. So I'm not entirely worried about playing this clip and seeing and letting Toei and everybody have their fun. So let's see. Okay, cool. That is ready for us to watch when we get there. Sakura says, have a good night, Spencer. Do you want me to make discussion for 01? Absolutely, man. Whatever you want to bring up for us to talk about, if you want to drop it to us beforehand. I know I missed talking about one topic earlier for this week's show, but that's because Cider, we were kind of rolling with it. But yeah, we'd love to talk to you. Always hit us up for any tips you want us to discuss. I know Cider and Nerdigans are always saving things during the Tokyo Happy Hour to bring up during the show when I finally show up. So yeah, drop it for us. I'd love it. And as always, you know, you can share ideas with me here on Twitter, in the Discord. As always, guys, like you saw halfway through the show, we have our secret Discord link in the description for the show. As always, it will only last about 6 hours. Then it's gone for good. But we'll always shoot you over a new one whenever there's a new show, whether it's a foil variant or a Good, the Mad, the Ugly. You can always come hang out with us. We always love you. There's Andrew. There's Shinkai. There's Reeve. There's Trace. There's all of you guys. So come hang out with us. We'd love to have you. But until then, guys, yeah. Thank you guys for not only hanging out with me tonight, thank you for hanging out with me throughout this entire year. If it wasn't for you guys watching me, supporting me, even though we're not obviously, you know, topping the charts, it doesn't matter. I know I've got a dedicated audience out there. I see my live viewers all the time, from Shinkai to Corey to Hillam to Sakura to Volume Dealer to Zero to Andrew, unfortunately, to Josh as always, to Friggin' Punk. All of you guys out there. I know I've also got people who haven't tuned in for a while. We've got Phantom, we've got Truth, we've got all these guys out there. Oh my gosh, Caveat Ties. Yeah, like you guys, I know all of you guys. I see all of you guys. You guys are going to be in for a treat when we have the new layout. But did I say Timon? I hope I said Timon. Holy shit, did I not say Timon? Again, I told you, it's always Sakura. It's either Volume Dealer or Timon. I always forget. So I didn't mean to. I know you're there, Timon. But yeah, guys, thank you for hanging out with me this past year. I hope you had fun on our Friday nights. I you know, like I always say, I'm here for you guys. I hope you're here for me. We always have to spend all of our weeks, you know, dealing with awful Disney announcements, awful EA moves, whatever interest or hobby you're in. It's probably being denigrated right now. So as always, the main reason for the show, the main purpose of the show is to give you guys a good place to come hang out, share your opinions free of judgment. Nobody's going to yell at you if you disagree. Nobody's going to say you have, you know, particularly bad taste, unless you're a big Tom King fan. So yeah, guys, thanks for hanging out. I hope you're having fun with this show. We're going to keep doing the show as we go into 2024. With that said, here is we are at the end of the year. Here's a slight preview of what you can look forward to in 2025. We may or may not have a show next week, depending on how far along I get on some of this layout stuff, because I'm still working on it. But 2025, we're going to keep the Good, the Mad, the Ugly going. We will finally have episode 52 proper, where we will unveil the new layout. Once you guys see the new layout, I think you're really, really going to like it. Everything should go way more smooth. It'll be a little more visually entertaining. I will be rearranging a lot of my physical setup here. So hopefully we won't be dealing with this shit anymore. And hopefully we won't be dealing with me slapping the microphone anymore. Lots of good things coming in that end. In 2025, in addition to all the work I'll be doing here on Good, the Mad, the Ugly, hanging out with you guys on Friday nights, Bounding into Comics, of course, will be growing, expanding. We are looking to actually beef up. This is a little tease for all of my readers, because you're hanging out with the EIC. We are looking to we are currently in the planning stages of beefing up our live show offerings. We are looking to get all of the crew you know and love hosting a daily show. So not every day, every show, but, you know, one show a day. So Jacob will have a movie review show. Nerdigans will have an anime show. I might have a, you know, whatever show in addition to 01. I can talk about anything. You guys know that. Maybe I'll do video games. But we are looking to grow. We are going to expand. So follow us on Twitter, the website, YouTube, all that fun stuff. Bookmark it. As for us, yes, we'll have a new layout. I will be rolling out not only a new layout, but a couple of new shows as well. I'd like to start I have a trading card show that is in the works right now. I've mentioned it before. It's going to be a show where we talk about, you know, trading card games, Magic, One Piece, Dragon Ball, and we open packs and we play games and we build decks and all that sort of fun stuff. A little more specialized and niche than we are here at Good, Mad, Ugly. But I think it's going to be fun, and at least that way you can actually see me do things. With that show, obviously, it'll have lots of guests. I'm looking for Leon. I'm looking for a couple other people. Duck, who is a real life friend of mine who you guys often see in the chat. I'll be looking to him for some One Piece. Really looking forward to that. Really looking to, just share my trading cardness with you guys. I'm also I'm revamping some of the foil variant stuff. That'll look a lot nicer. I've also got a couple more secret hidden projects that are in the wins that I have to keep under wraps for now. But just know we're going to start seeing a lot more original things coming out of here. It's going to be a lot of fun. I hope you guys all stick around for that. So yeah, next year, more Good Mav Ugly, more trading card stuff. Hopefully, I also do want to look at maybe streaming video games more, particularly multiplayer ones, especially with the rise of Marvel Rivals. So we'll see how that all works out. But new year, new us. Everything is going to feel better. Everything is going to feel refreshed. I'm hoping to make this a place that you guys all like hanging out at and like to keep coming back to. So with that, as everybody is saying in the chat, later Spencer, Happy New Year. Take care, everyone. Take care. And yeah, hit us up in the Discord if you want to hang out. Hit me up on Twitter if you'd like to talk. And you know what, guys? Go enjoy your weekend. Go enjoy whatever New Year celebrations you'll be have coming up. 2024 was a rough year. 2025 is probably going to be rough as well. So let's buckle up. Let's brace for it. But also let's remember, we've all got each other. We've all got some good anime. We've all got some good movies and video games and comics to watch. So the world's not as terrible as it could be. And let's see. Before we get out of here, obviously I spent all that time pulling up the clip. So your last call for last minute news for this year is a clip from a little show called Akiba Ranger. Now, if you don't know what Akiba Ranger is, it is a full-on Sentai parody show made by Toei. It's official. They get to use a lot of licensed names from the Sentais and everything. But most notably, aside from being just a generally hilarious series, it's got a certain cameo from a certain team. So check this out, and I will see you in a second to properly say goodbye. Woo! 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 Oh, or we can just hang out here because it's not doing the full thing. Hit me, Toei! Hit me! I know you're about to! Huh? Official Sentai heroes from Q Ranger. Oh yeah, that's her communication device. It's like a little anime figure. Eh? The original source for Super Sentai, the Powerful Rangers. Talk about lame. And then they start to brawl. But yes, I thought that would be a fun last call for last minute news. What that was Toei poking fun at Power Rangers and the fact that everybody keeps mixing them up. If you noticed, it was the Red Ranger, the Green Ranger, acting very American, speaking in English words, pushing them around, getting violent right off the top. So amazing little scene. Yeah, look at that. We even got a laugh out of Timon, a modern Sentai moment. We got a laugh out of Timon. So that's all you need to know. Akiba Ranger, if you didn't catch that clip live right now, it's if you watch this in the replay, you're probably not going to see it because I guarantee you Toei is going to get on my ass for this for the entire weekend. But hey, I love you guys. No other way to close out the year. Have fun, everybody. Stay safe out there. Go ring in the new year with your friends and family. I will talk to all of you very, very, very soon, and I cannot wait to see you in the new year. From all of me here at this one-man operation, Happy New Year, guys. I love every single one of you, and I'll talk to you all soon.
As the creator of Mara Jade,
Wait!
I am not the creator of Mara Jade. And I want you to get out of this office right now.
I'm sorry, Zeb.
No way.
You brought
No
it on
way.
You brought it on yourself.
I don't want you here.
I'm so
Out.
sorry, George. I didn't think it would go like this.
Out.
Ted, I got your voucher.
Out! There.
I'm sorry about that. I'm so sorry. We'll have him like burned and we'll
I don't
execute
even
him
know
and
who
burned.
that guy is.